Good evening. Thank you for coming to the City Council meeting this evening, April 7th. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Reddick?
Here.
Here.
Vice Mayor Falconer?
Here.
Councilmember Penrose?
Here.
Mayor Fraser?
Here. And would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm happy to say we have a couple of proclamations and presentations this evening. And first up, we'll start with an outgoing Recreation Committee member, longtime member, Suzanne Bruce. Would you please join me at the podium? Suzanne, thank you for your 5 years of dedicated service to the Recreation Committee. You have worked so well with the committee and the community these last 5 years, particularly with getting people to help us out with the parks when it was a challenging time. And I think one of our greatest moments was when we acquired Smithfield and the wonderful party that we had with all the community members to celebrate that. That was a very great thing that we had going on, and you were a big part of that, and for your leadership in helping advise in different recreation areas all along the coast, and for supporting our transitions through Park and Rec, through the different pilots and different challenging things we did. It was always great to hear your perspective on things, so we really appreciate that. We're sorry to see you go, but I know you've been involved in so many community activities, and we'll continue to do that, and we can always call on you to help us out with recreation. So the City of Half Moon Bay is happy to present you with this plaque for your service.
Thank you so much.
And you don't want to say anything, that's okay. But Sharzad, as Chair of the Recreation Committee, I think she's got something for you.
Thank you, Marina. I lied. These are for you. I said they were for Marina, but they were for you. And Marina stole everything I was going to say to you. She knew all of the great accomplishment. That just tells you how involved our city council was in the process with us. But what she didn't say was about your passion for Smithfield and how, in fact, Suzanne told me one of the bones she broke was your ball, Marina. You guys played softball together and you broke her bone. So that just kind of talks about the history and the community we are. And you came on, I came on the committee, you welcomed me. We've been a community, you've been our partner in crime. I wrote, the committee, all of us. I don't want to get emotional, you've just been amazing, such a huge, we wouldn't have been able to do the Adopt a Park or Smithfield, the dog park. We wouldn't be able to do it without a great partnership. And I'm so happy that when we take the opportunity to thank our community members for all their hard work, and we put everything aside, and we'll still call you. You're not off the hook. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I just want to say thank you, John. I know that you nominated my husband first. He was too busy. But anyway, I wanted to thank everybody. Marina, the bone that I broke was my wrist, trying to chase down a ball out in left field.
Softball's a contact sport.
Yeah, definitely is. And then Smithfield is very special to me since I grew up here in Half Moon Bay and started playing girls softball with Naomi being one of my coaches. And so it has been very special. I've played, I've coached, I've had so much fun down at Smithfield. But Parks and Recs in Half Moon Bay is awesome to have it back in Half Moon Bay. So I look forward to seeing the good things that the Parks and Rec committee will do. Thank you.
And I'll ask Jim Hawley to join me right now. You may not be aware, and we have another gentleman with us.
This is Don Wright.
Don Wright, nice to see you again.
Don is a long-term volunteer, a graduate of Katrina, 9/11, and fires and floods all throughout the United States. So.
Well, it's great to have both of you here. This is American Red Cross Month, and you two gentlemen have been very involved in that. I know you've been involved with the Corps here on the coast and ham radio, and it's great to have your expertise. Over 2,000 local volunteers across in California help out when people are in need with hurricanes, floods, tsunamis, wildfire. The Red Cross is always a welcoming sight to see in countries around the world, and particularly with the emergency disasters we have here in this country. So both of you, thank you very much for your service, and we're very happy to have you accept this on behalf of the city for the American Red Cross. And if you have anything you'd like to share with the folks, please do so now.
Well, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to mention to the council all the work that you folks have done individually for disaster preparedness over even just the last year. You now have an outstanding disaster plan. You've really turned the Coastside Emergency Operations Center into a real operations center. You've trained people to be able to staff it. We now, through OES, and work on the part of the city, have created zones up and down the coast, staffed with shelter workers and ham radio operators and medical service corps people. And anyway, we've made a lot of progress, and congratulations to you too. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Wright, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you very much. I've been on the coast some 40 years. 25 of those years have been with the Red Cross. And I think every disaster that we've had in the coastal area I have been to, including when Cunha burned down. So thank you for this evening, and good night.
Thank you. Is Bill Chang here? Oh, there he is. Sorry, Bill, I didn't see you. Good to see you, Bill. You were a former aide of Adrian Tissier. And now you're working with PG&E, and you're here because it is California's Safe Digging Month, and the important number to call before people are digging, and let them be aware. So I will let you talk more about this, but we are very happy that PG&E has looked into a lot of safety efforts and changed a lot of policies, and is working a lot with communities to improve situations. So if you'd like to share, we're happy to give you this certificate, and you can tell us more about 811.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor, thank you again for this opportunity, and council. Excuse me, my name is Bill Chang. I'm your local government relations representative with PG&E, here to discuss just a few comments about the importance of calling 811 before anyone digs anywhere, whether it's on their own property or whether a professional contractor is working on a job. If I may share some numbers, these are, we call them dig-ins, which is anytime anyone hits one of our gas lines of any size on any kind of property. And so for January and February of this year in San Mateo County, there were 28 instances of someone hitting a gas line of some size. That's 28 dig-ins spread out over 17 cities in San Mateo County. For context, that is more than the entire city of San Jose for the time period, and comparable to the city of San Francisco for that same time period. So those things, those incidents are entirely preventable by calling 811 before anyone digs anywhere, you know, on their property or a professional job. You call 811. And all the utilities will come out, not just PG&E, but it also covers city water, sewer, telecommunications. And so the requirement is to call 811 and wait till all the utilities come out to your job site, mark the site before you start digging. And so that protects you, your family, and the project. And so if you're a homeowner with a weekend project in mind, so the request is to call 811 on Tuesday or Wednesday, and so that gives everyone enough time to come out and mark the property, and so that doesn't ruin your weekend project. And I can't tell you how many instances of just someone planting a tree or shrubs or even putting in a mailbox accidentally hits a line, and that just ruins everyone's day. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Is there a charge?
Absolutely not. 811 is a nonprofit that PG&E supports, as well as the other utilities, and it's absolutely no charge to the caller.
Bill, that's interesting, especially when you talk about people who are doing some backyard work
Yes.
on the weekends. I think most people believe that the big stick that's orange is just where the transmission lines are, but that's not the case, obviously.
Right. The large transmission lines or the distribution lines come off the street, but then they go down to a 1-inch or a 1/2-inch line that connects your home or your house or your building or your business. And those lines need to be marked before you start digging.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll put information out through our communication, and I know the review is here. Maybe they can let people aware too. But if there's any stickers or signs that we can have when people are doing any building, that we can share that with them, we'd be happy to do that.
Great. I'll forward information to the clerk's office and to the city manager's office for everyone to use.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Now, next, is Kellex here? Kellex Nelson? No. We will hear a presentation on the Resource Conservation District at another time, but and we'll congratulate Kellex as she is a recent Women of the Year for San Mateo County. And we have one more. We have a presentation. Vice Mayor Rick Walczyk has a presentation for the upcoming concert in the park.
If Isaac and Isabella can come up. There you go. Hold that. Okay. Sorry, excuse me, guys. So I want to make oh, sorry, yeah. The kids come up front. Come up front, kids.
Let's see you with your beautiful costumes and tell us who you are.
It's Isaac and Isabella. Not the lowercase. Got it. So Isaac and Isabella are local performers, and so Isaac is in Mariachi Media Luna, and Isabella is in Ballet Folklorico. And if you think two of them look fantastic and cute and adorable, wait till you see like 40 of them putting on a show. They're really an impressive group, and they work hard, including the parents who make the costumes and support their children. And so I want to acknowledge them. But they are here today with Yolanda for a donation to the city related to Concert in the Park, which is coming from the Latino Advisory Council that myself and Yolanda are part of. And just a few words on that. So the Advisory Council, our tagline is La Raza Unidos por una Comunidad, which is the people united for one community. And pardon my horrible Spanish. But we'd like to donate 2 piñatas to the Concert in the Park with a Cinco de Mayo theme. We literally scoured the community to find the 2 largest and had to send a second larger vehicle to pick up this monster. So our organization has 4 priorities. I just want to share those with everybody so you know. So creating family bonds and building bridges in the entire community, giving a stronger voice to the Latino community, ensuring that elected officials hear from the Latino community, and then restoring broken relationships and building trust. But with that, I'd like to present you these beautiful children that you cannot keep, and this beautiful piñata which you can keep. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. And so the concert in the park is at Johnson House on May 3rd. And I believe at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, Johnson House, May 3rd. And we're really trying to emphasize unity in the community. So community with a capital unity. That's really what we're trying to support and are supportive of. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight, and we look forward to your performance. All right, this brings us now to announcements of community activities. Council, do you have any? I think we'll talk a little bit more about it, but on April 22nd is a Wednesday, and it's Earth Day, and we have a fantastic fair the city is sponsoring, along with composting. We will have a lot of other sustainability groups that will be joining us, and there will be some gifts too. So hope everyone come out. If you need some compost for your garden, you have to be a Half Moon Bay resident, but you're welcome to do that, and that'll be outside of City Hall this year, so it would be bigger than we had last year, and I think we'll have more information about that. And also just like to congratulate some local restaurants here on the coast that made the top Bay Area list from San Francisco. So it was great to see that there were several restaurants here on the coast. Sam's Chowder House was one, La Costanera was one, and Flavor as well. So that was great that our restaurants were included in a San Francisco Bay Area's best. So congratulations to them. And we have a report out from closed session from the attorney.
City Council discussed one potential litigation case, but no action was taken, so there are no reportable actions to report.
Thank you. And we'll go now to City Council reports, and I'll start to my right. I know Councilmember Penrose and Councilmember Reddick went on a training. You can tell us about that.
Yes, we had a wonderful time. We went to the Local Government Commission's 23rd Annual Awani Conference. We didn't get to stay at the Awani, unfortunately, but we did stay at the Yosemite Lodge, which was great. Ate good food, met a lot of really nice people, took some nice hikes, and just were overwhelmed by granite everywhere you looked. It was just, I'd forgotten how wonderful it was. I need to go back every year. We learned a lot. We had a lot of really excellent lectures, and I'll just talk about one or two of them that where they were talking about the use of innovative technology. I am an advocate, as you know, and I think everyone on the council is, of open, transparent government, increasing communication, and in addition to that, using innovative technology to decrease the workload on city staff. I think that our current website is something that nobody's really very happy with. City staff has been working very hard to try to update it, try to push it along a little bit, but we need to get 21st century with it. We need to use it to allow the public to file permit applications, allow the public to present development plans, to revise development plans, to pay fees, to start legal businesses, to pay fines that they owe. It needs to be a site where the public has access to all of our city's documents so that they don't waste staff's time, and I don't mean that pejoratively. It's just a lot of work for staff to go look up documents. If everything was recorded online in an easy to read, understandable fashion, then people could go there, click on a tab and say, okay, 1984 ruling on Measure A or whatever, and get that information. They showed us some wonderful, wonderful sites, and one of the sites that was particularly compelling to me was the storytelling maps, where if somebody sees a mountain lion, instead of waiting for San Mateo County alert, God bless them that they're there, but instead of waiting for that, having it come up online on a map I couldn't find 1400 South Cabrillo Highway for the life of me. I had to go on Google to get it. But the point is, it's easy, it's quick, it's much easier to understand what's happening if you can visualize it in your city. It could be a website where people could report problems. I've got a pothole on my street. I've got, there have been 3 robberies on our street. There's one city which uses the interactive maps to map out where what they called kick door burglaries were happening over their city. And by mapping it out, they could see where they clustered and send sheriff's cars or police cars out there to cruise. They actually reduced the crime rate for kick door burglaries to an amazing extent. It's a place to show off our town, our events, our maps. It's a place where the public can go to get the correct person in City Hall to talk to. So they don't just call City Hall and speak with the clerk who says, well, you need to speak with planning, who says, well, you need to speak with Dante. You do it all in one fell swoop. So what I'd like to see is our city put some money, real money, into either hiring a technically savvy person or to somehow get our website up to date. So I'd like to have that maybe as part of our budget process discussion when that comes up. This other thing that I did was I just finished my CERT training with Nick Gattuso, District Commander of the Coastside San Mateo County's Sheriff's Homeland Security Division and Office of Emergency Services. So I'm now CERT trained, and I'm going to go get me a ham radio. So I'm kind of excited about that. And I think that's all.
And we do have, I believe if you look through the budget, there's 10, 20,000?
65,000 is budgeted. I don't know
Excellent.
if that's going to be enough.
Well, we'll find out. And
yeah.
if you could write down the list of cities that you saw
Yes, I will.
that had those websites, that would be great. 'Cause
I'm
I
gonna
know
get
we
that.
all definitely want that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Mayor Kolchak?
Sure. I believe we have not met since Farm Day, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so went to Farm Day and acknowledged Farmer of the Year and found the strongest volunteers of the community. But it's one of those great local events where, the doers, people that are always volunteering for everything, all show up and you see all the volunteers at one place. You wonder, there just must not be anything going on anywhere else. So that was an excellent event, as always. I also was grilled. I got a Q&A. Just literally got grilled by a Boy Scout troop in Half Moon Bay. And I want to acknowledge, I don't know if they're here, the Pantera's here? No, they must have left. Between Sherazad Pantera and Paul Pantera, I just want to recognize their contributions to our community with the kids and with Boys and Girls Club and Parks and Rec and everything else. Paul had the kids prepped, and imagine, early middle school age kids asking me questions about development, about new neighborhoods, about the Kehoe Ditch, about this bridge and that bridge, and open space. They were really well prepared to earn their merit badge, and I was pretty impressed by them. And I was pretty impressed because I know Paul prepped them for that. Then the only other thing I have is that, I guess I missed it for the announcements, but the Archbishop of San Francisco will be in Half Moon Bay on Sunday, and Father Podota from Our Lady of the Pillar let me know and said there will be a reception at 1:30 and is opening that up to the City Council. So an invitation for us to meet the Archbishop of San Francisco. That's all I have.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get it to Yosemite. I went to the Sewer Authority plant for a meeting, and but it was, as usual, very informative, along with Councilmember Ruddick. They looked at the budgets that will be sent to the member agencies soon for us to review. They rehired an audit firm. They're doing some maintenance on the facility, and I believe Councilman Ruddick can mention that also. Farm Day again was a wonderful day. Had the opportunity to sit next to Supervisor Carol Groom, and we had great discussions about the city and the county and the positive things that are going on with both. So that was wonderful. And we didn't mention it earlier, but as a Vietnam veteran, we have the moving wall handouts are over there for April 9th to the 12th at Golden Gate National Cemetery. So hopefully people pick up one of these. I'm going to try to get out there myself on Friday evening. So that's all I have to report at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Reddick?
I'll be brief. I did attend the Local Government Commission conference with Deborah Penrose, and I highly recommend the public check out their website. It's Local Government Commission. Their focus is on making government more sustainable, but their three pillars, if you will, are transparency, outreach, and public engagement. And so all the subjects that they discussed, whether it was technology or water or transportation, all revolved around making government more transparent and open. So they have the agenda of the conference there, and you can click on the presentations. There's many good ones. There was actually a retired Marine who was working with a group of other retired military to promote sustainability as a key concept of the federal government. That was very interesting. And there was a discussion about the new world that will be dominated by millennials. My children are millennials, so people born in the 80s and 90s and the 2000s, the world that they're going to share. And it was very eye-opening. Fewer of them want to drive. They want to live in compact housing. They want to take transit. It was very, very interesting and very scientific, so I highly recommend the website. I attended the Farm Day Luncheon, and I also attended last week the Seniors Night Out. I had a wonderful date, and they had a great theme, which was the Mardi Gras. Great food, as always, at the Senior Co-Sider, so it was a really wonderful event. Thanks. And Sam, we had a sewer authority meeting. Oh, and I had a soup to nuts tour of the entire sewer system, from the plant to the, right. Sorry. Granada Sanitary District facilities in Montera. So it was pretty interesting, very eye-opening. We were talking about the possibility of actually doing a video of the system so that the public could understand, how the system works. Certainly they're stakeholders. So it was, I hate to say it, it was interesting. So.
It's always interesting. Thank you. So we're talking about sustainability. I've been attending the Recycle Works courses, and we are going to have one offered here in Half Moon Bay on June 19th, I believe it is, on a Saturday. We'll get that information out. We just set that up. That'll be 2 Saturdays in a row. It'll be right next door at the EOC. But they do have a list of information, everything from water conservation to saving, recycling, composting, how you can do that on your own. And I think at our next meeting, someone from CCWD will come and give us a brief presentation on some water savings that we can do. And by that, also, right now, through June, there's a rebate. If you've got those old toilets that have like a 3-gallon capacity, there's a rebate from $50 to $100 if you go to a smaller capacity. So it would be any toilet you've had for 20 years or so. More than likely, it's about 3 gallons. You can purchase these like 1.5, 1.75 right now, and they will reduce your water usage too. I know everyone's trying to do different things to reduce their water usage. And I want to thank the city and Dante for the community development newsletter that went out today. That was really well done. I think that's along the lines of what Councilmember Penrose was talking about as far as communication and different things. So that was excellent. Thank you for doing that. And I did attend Farm Day 2 and want to congratulate Farmer of the Year, Wayne Pastorino, as well as the community volunteers, Steve Bassich and Mike Alifano. It was a great day, and thanks to Linda Cozzolino and her group of gals that helped put on the food, along with Bev Miller and to Mel Mello and the Mello family, who still have kept this going for 40-odd years in honor of their family. I attended a meeting, the city manager and myself, with Board of Supervisor Carol Groom and Coastal Commissioner Charles Lester and some of his staff to talk about some of the issues that we had in Half Moon Bay, some projects we have coming up. And it was a very good meeting because immediately afterwards we got some paperwork completed that we'd been anxious for, and the city manager can tell you more about that upcoming. So that's all I have to report at this time. So we'll go now to city manager updates.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of short updates on several items, one of which we mentioned already and would like to invite the community to join us for the concert in the park that we've been announcing for quite some time, and it is May 3rd at the Johnston House property. We're very much looking forward to it. I understand there hasn't been an event in for maybe 18 years, if I got that right. So looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to good weather as well. We'll have some hay bales out there so that folks can sit, bring your blankets, bring your chairs. We'll have a mariachi, we'll have salsa music, and we'll have the beautiful children performing some dancing and music. So looking forward to that, and look forward to having lots of folks there. Pardon me. Also, the Earth Day that Mayor Fraser announced and mentioned is April 22nd. Bring your shovels, bring your gloves, bring your buckets, and get lots of wonderful compost that day. We'll have lots of activities, lots of booths, and it will be on Kelly Street, just on the side of City Hall, near the H&B Review, in fact. So invite people to join us. It's larger than we've had it in the past, and so we're hoping to get a lot of people to come and join us. Also would like to, I'm asking the Community Development Director to help us a little bit with the Palacios Creek Bridge and provide an update to the council.
Thank you, City Manager. Just briefly, with the Palacios Bridge, we reported the last time we had submitted all the permit applications. We completed the design of the substructure and the superstructure, and we actually released the bid package. The bids are due on May 1st of 2015, and we hope to also award the contract in May of 2015. We haven't really run into any issues. We have been in constant contact with some of our regulatory agencies. There don't seem to be any major issues with the project. I'd like to also recognize John Dowdy, who's a senior management analyst for community development. His leadership and his coordination with the project has been phenomenal. And we've also been working with the Friends of the Bridge, trying to keep the community kind of in the loop. If there are any additional questions, I'm here to answer that. Or, like I said, we also have John Dowdy in the office, or in the audience, that can answer questions.
So has there been any changes in your in the delivery date for the finished bridge? Just give us an update on that.
No, there has not been any changes. There are a couple of things we've worked through with the state in looking at review times and turnaround times. So I think we have most of that resolved. We've added in some additional time in case we run into issues into the schedule. But as of now, we're still on schedule.
If I could just acknowledge staff, they've worked very, very hard to make this happen. So I really want to thank them. They worked long, hard hours to get us to this point, and with the goal continuing to be able to open this before the end of the fall. So just my kudos to them and thanks to them. And then speaking of the Coastal Commission, as Marina Fraser mentioned, we did have an opportunity to meet with some of the staff there. And boy, I just keep to sore throat each time I go to speak. We have some information based on there were some comments at the last meeting regarding Measure F. And so we've got some information from the Coastal Commission staff, and I'll give an update from that as the Deputy City Attorney can provide some information.
Thank you. Just to update the council, the Coastal Commission deemed the city's submission complete by April 1st, so within 60 days, the deadline will be June 1st. They will have made their decision regarding the modifications and the amendments to the city's code, and by that point in time, we will have a decision from them. But as we've mentioned in previous meetings, the moment that that ordinance was adopted by council, it became binding law for the city, so it has been in effect, although we are awaiting California Coastal Commission certification. At this point in time, we'll have more information for you June 1st, and I've been told that this will likely be a May agenda item with further information regarding what the forecast is.
Thank you. Councilmember Reddick?
I just want to say how pleased I am that staff is working collaboratively with the state agencies and our elected officials. There have been times in our history where none of that was going on at all. It was very, closed culture. So I'm very happy to see things opening up and a lot more collaboration, and with the public, and inviting friends of the John Hernandez Bridge in to participate in discussions and updates. So thank you.
And we will have, if we don't yet, a website up for these major projects so that the community is able to track the work that's happening, and we'll try to update that on a very regular basis.
Thank you. That's all. Great. All right, we move now to public forum. We've got about a dozen cards for public forum. You do get 3 minutes. You would just be concise and respect the 3 minutes so others can have their opportunity to speak as well. So we will go first with Shirley Hawley, followed by Harvey Rohrback.
Okay, there we are. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shirley Hawley. I live in Half Moon Bay. I'm committed to understand better how city government works. And the thing that I wanted to say this evening is that I think it would be a really good idea to include on the agenda each time a section for new business. I hear the word transparency and communication this evening already, and I think that a new business item would really facilitate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harvey Rohrback, followed by Paulette Eisen.
Good evening, Council. Harvey Rohrback. I'm speaking for AFOG. That's the Advocates for Open Government. When I looked at tonight's agenda, I was flabbergasted. I was flabbergasted not because what was on it, but what was not on it. In particular, there was no discussion on the agenda. I'm glad to hear from the city attorney that there is progress about the non-codification of the Main Street Bridge Preservation Act. That was something that we all wanted to have, and it looks like it's going to happen, but it's a long time coming. We were also promised a report about how we would set agendas. The previous speaker was talking about a new business item, and I'm very much in favor of that. In particular, I'm on the Coastside Fire Protection District Board, and we just changed our policies, and our policies right now indicate that any member of the public can request an item to be put on the fire board agenda by talking to the fire chief a week in advance. Any single director can put any item that's relevant to the fire board on the agenda. I believe it's very important in the instance of democracy and transparency that any single council member can decide in a new business section to ask to put an item on an upcoming agenda. It's crazy that you need to have a majority of council members just to discuss something. So in the interest of transparency and good government, I think you really ought to consider having a new business item where any council member can ask to put any item that's relevant to the city on a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Eisen, followed by Maureen Perrin.
Thank you. Paulette Eisen, 439 Kehoe. I'm addressing the council this evening as a concerned citizen who has now spoken with other residents of Half Moon Bay. Although all of us love the idea of a brand new, larger library with many meeting rooms, many of us are very concerned that the costs for this library and its subsequent annual maintenance fees are going to put a serious strain once again on our city finances. We're very concerned that critical maintenance will be neglected yet again, and that important infrastructure projects will suffer. We think this project needs serious reflection and at a minimum, a buy-in from the majority of Half Moon Bay taxpayers who will bear the burden of these costs and consequences. So thank you.
Thank you. And Maureen Perrin. Nice to see you again, Maureen.
Thank you. It's nice to see all of you too. I really appreciate this opportunity. My background is not in the political realm. My background is nonprofit work, and I have done quite a bit of that here on the coast over the last 18 years where I've lived here and before. And I've been on national boards and community boards of all types, nonprofits. And I have found the new business item, agenda item, to be the source of much creativity and much engagement, more than any other section of any agenda I've ever managed. And I really support that addition to ongoing every single meeting for the Half Moon Bay City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ada Cook, followed by Nicole David.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ada Cook. I live in Half Moon Bay. The other speakers have addressed very beautifully what I was going to talk about, which is the importance of responding to the public questions, issues, suggestions that are expressed in this open forum. Importance of creating a new business section for each and every city council meeting where some of these issues can be taken up and discussed by the council, and also issues brought up by one or more of the council members. So again, I reiterate and I agree with everything said by previous speakers. And I also agree that our elected officials have a responsibility to listen and respond to the public. And I think having a new business item on the agenda, agendized, would be a step in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole David from the Harbor District, welcome. And that'll be followed by Ben Halstead.
Good evening, Mayor Fraser, council members. My name is Nicole David. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay. And while I'm not supporting the expense of nearly $400,000 for the remake of McDutra Park, I do welcome the idea of including some porous pavement in the plan for the remodel. You all know that with the expansion of impervious surfaces, especially in our urban areas, we have altered the natural hydrology drastically, and with that we see, as a result, we see higher flood peaks, increased flood peaks, and decreased groundwater recharge, and as a result increased and accelerated delivery of pollutants to our receiving water bodies, in this case here in Half Moon Bay, our ocean. So taking some of that impervious surface out and replacing it with porous pavement is a great idea. And I was wondering if the council would consider including an interpretive sign at the site to educate visitors and Half Moon Bay residents alike about the benefits of these best management practices for our environment, to our environment. I think there's a great opportunity to let people know about the benefits to the environment and encourage them to consider the same thing for their own, private property remodel of their driveway or their walkway around their house to help us reduce pollutants in the runoff and manage stormwater better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Ben Halstead, followed by Walter Sensing.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ben Halstead, a Wavecrest lot owner. It was my pleasure last week to sit in on the last GPAC meeting, and I'd like to start out by saying congratulating the Council on putting together such a great group of citizens. I just think you couldn't put together a better group. They seem to work well together. They're intelligent, competent, hopefully compassionate. And I know, when I spoke with you a couple of council meetings ago, I had a request that, we add one more committee member to that. I realize now that, that ship sailed, and that's fine. I do think it was an oversight. I have maybe an idea to help mitigate that. I know that the sacrifice they're making and the long, hard road ahead they have with all the community outreach meetings they have, that, their time is taxed. But I'd like to change my request to just, if you could allow me maybe a short presentation to them, maybe 20 minutes. I just don't feel that, that they're aware of, just who's being affected by, the open space element. And I just like the opportunity to convey that to them. And again, I know they're working hard. I'm just in awe of the sacrifice they're going to put into this. I hope, and I know they're going to put together a great general plan. They're doing great things. I hope at the end of this, there's maybe trails named after every one of them, or a view bench, something like that. On another note, kind of a check-in update on, putting together the lot owners group. It's a process. It's a flashback to the 1980s when I, did it the first time. But, we're getting there. I mean, it's, the toughest part is the acceptance that the reality is these, and it's a hard, jagged pill to swallow, that, they're never going to be able to ever do anything on their property out there. And it's tough for them to accept that, but they're getting there. So I should have more news later on. I got about 25% response back out of 200 people. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Walter Sensing, followed by Pam Fisher.
Good evening, council members. My name is Walter Sensing. I'm a resident here of Half Moon Bay. And I'm going to wear two hats in my presentation in the public forum tonight. The first one is as Friends of the Bridges, and I'd like to thank Dante and the city staff for their continuing efforts to move along the replacement of the John Hernandez Bridge that collapsed a year ago and resulted in the severing of the California Coastal Trail. The city's leadership on this issue has been instrumental in moving the project along, and we appreciate it very much. And as a citizen of Half Moon Bay, I would like to also offer my support to the new business agenda item. As I understand it, it would allow for any council member to request an item be added to a near future public agenda of the City Council. I believe this would help ensure that all council member constituents get their issues before the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Pam Fisher, followed by Doreen Garrity.
Hi, I'm Pam Fisher. I live in Half Moon Bay, and I am a member of AFOG, and I'm here to read into the record a letter of introduction and two concerns that the group presently has. Advocates for Open Government, AFOG, is a nonpartisan, nonprofit watchdog organization whose mission is to monitor the actions of our elected public servants, their appointees, and employees to verify compliance with all laws, to ensure their transparency and accountability, and to ensure that all parties doing business with these entities receive equal treatment under the law. Below are two critical matters which the City Council, we believe, needs to address immediately. The Main Street Bridge Citizens Oversight Committee. AFOG requests that the City Council appoint the Main Street Bridge Citizens Oversight Committee to assist in all matters pertaining to the Main Street Bridge project, to ensure transparency and accountability, as well as to begin to restore public confidence. The City Council must appoint this oversight committee immediately. The general plan process. I heard some encouraging issues regarding website that may deal with some of these issues as well. The City Council, according to Dante Hall's memo to GPAC, Refocus Strategic Update of the General Plan, dated 3/2015, is taking a fresh look at the plan. Now is the time to assure representation of the two new City Council members on the General Plan Advisory Committee by their appointment of additional members to the GPAC. We request the City Council agendize this item at the next City Council meeting to assure expediency and transparency in the selection process. To further ensure transparency in the general plan process, we also request that meetings be posted on the main city calendar and that minutes and other information be more easily found on the city website. We appreciate your service to the community, and we look forward to improving our local government's transparency, accountability, and increasing public participation in the local government processes. That is from the Executive Committee of AFOG. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be Doreen Garrity, followed by Frank Garrity.
Good evening. My name is Doreen Garrity. I am also a member of Advocates for Open Government, or AFOG. And I would like to express to you some concerns I have regarding our general plan. Considering our city is spending $70,000 to $100,000 per month on the general plan consultants, there are several problems. These problems are leading to transparency and accountability issues. The first problem is the information regarding the meeting dates and agendas are not easily found. Most people would look at the city calendars on our website to look at the GPAC meeting date and find the agenda. But a person must go on to planhmb.org at this time, whether it's through the city's website or they log on directly. And then at that time, you have to click on 2 more links. And by the time you finally found it, I mean, you've gone on a total search party to try and find the agenda. So how many people are really willing to do this, spend all this time and effort into this? If you really want people to attend these meetings, you need, and you want their feedback, you need to ensure that the information, GPAC information is on the city's agenda, on the city's calendar. So once you get into planhmb.org site, you can also see there's only 3 past agendas for this year. There are no agendas or meeting notes for the previous year, for the entire 2014. And then after searching the planhb.org site and having to open several links, I finally discovered there's 13 GPAC members with 3 alternatives. And I noticed that their names and contact information is not listed. So considering how important the GPAC members' mission is to the future of Half Moon Bay, I feel that this information should be public. Somehow we can contact them. Now this brings me to my greatest concern. All 13 GPAC members and the 3 alternatives were selected before the election of City Council Member Penrose and City Council Member Ruddick. Why have they not been given the opportunity to select at minimum 2 more GPAC members? I'm not suggesting to remove any of the GPAC members currently, but to allow the 2 new City Council members to assign their own. And so this would be an example of true transparency and accountability that the City Council needs to, that I'm asking you to please agendize this immediately so Councilmember Penrose and Councilmember Ruddick can select their new members. Our city is investing a lot of money and time into this valuable project, and it's costing us $70,000 to $100,000 per month. So we need to be doing this project with true transparency and with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Frank Garrity.
Hi, Frank Garrity, Silver Avenue, Half Moon Bay, also speaking on behalf of AFOG, who again is concerned with transparency and accountability. Tonight, focusing on the general plan. Several council meetings ago, 3, 4, 5, I'm not sure, several people from the public requested during public comments that neighborhood meetings be held. And I believe the council directed city staff to do that, but that has still not happened. So again, tonight we'd like to request those neighborhood meetings. That's how we learn from each other. That's how we have two-way conversations. This is great tonight. You know, we're allowed to sit here and you listen to us say our public comments, but you're not allowed to respond. We listen to you make presentations, but we can't respond. That's 2 one-way conversations. We need to meet face to face, and you need to hear from us. I believe that most neighborhoods in the city, we all have a general over-abiding, vision of this general plan, but each neighborhood has its own unique issues and concerns and visions, and you need to hear all of those and then weave those together into the big master general plan. My concern is that what I've heard is we're spending $70,000 to $100,000 a month. I've looked on the website, and there's 7 different consultants, and just since a couple of months ago when this council said slow the process down, have neighborhood meetings, well, we've gone through another $140,000, $200,000 our taxpayer dollars. You're charging ahead with this business plan, this marketing plan, but you haven't met with the customer. So I don't know how you know what you're building, what product service you're building. So big concern. Also in the area of transparency is the website. Doreen just mentioned that. We heard a rumor of a GPAC meeting last week. I went on the city calendar, no meeting listed. Finally, clicked enough clicks, 4 clicks, I finally got to in the Plan HMB there, the meeting was listed. And there was even what appeared to be a packet of information, but that wasn't true. It was a different date, some old meeting. So I reported that back to someone, said, yeah, good news, there is a meeting, but no information on it yet. The other person took more initiative than I did and actually opened that link and found out, oh no, that is for this meeting, last week's meeting, the 31st. It just had a wrong date on it. I found another document, the same thing, I was looking for something and it had a wrong date. I kept looking at the document, I kept clicking on the link, and I look and said, well, no, it's a wrong date. But then I finally read the document, that was the correct thing. So anyway, my concern was, not much was on the Plan HMB, but I went back to the main city site and just did a search on GPAC, came up with 33 documents, a lot of good information, just hard to find. So again, my concern is that a lot of the information is either not there, or it's hard to find, or it's mislabeled. So just asking for you to improve the website in the interest of communication, transparency, getting the best result and the best success out of this whole general plan. It's just hard to find information about this, about what's going on. I'm afraid you're not hearing from us, and we're not hearing what we should be hearing. It kind of reminded me of an old joke about living in a small town, where they say, there's not much to see in a small town, but what you hear makes up for it. But we're not hearing much in our little town. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Kehoe, followed by Joel Stouffer.
Thank you, council members. I'm Bill Keel. I actually live in Moss Beach and not Half Moon Bay, but I am an advocate for open government, and I have been helping this group try to get organized and do some of the research. And I was pretty shocked when I went out to the Plan Half Moon Bay website trying to find things like who's actually on the committee and how can we contact them. I did find that there's a stakeholders group that's out there. I was able to find their names, but I don't know when they meet or what they talk about because there's no minutes, there's no accounting for it. And I felt, and I can understand why people in Half Moon Bay feel like they're being left out of the process. Who's making decisions when and where? How is it getting reported back? I did find it really nice, and I'll just read this back to you. On your webpage, it says the general plan project. They have a principles of participation, and it says GPAC is required to follow the Brown Act, which defines the minimum standards for open meetings for the public. Now, those minimum standards, and I'm sure your legal counsel can give it all to you, but in general, by the spirit of the law, it's things like minutes and agendas and timely letting people know what's going on. Many of you have been in office way longer than I've been even on the coast, so you should probably know that well. But it's not really being followed. And I think it would be really important, especially in this process, and one of the reasons I'm concerned is I see the future of the Connect the Coast side, where the unincorporated area is going to be tied into what's going on down here, that we'll really be pushing for those kind of things. And just so you know, because I am in the Mid-Coast, you're not the only government organization that I'm working on and looking at for this. I think all the governments on the coast side, whether they're a small district or a city government or the Board of Supervisors, needs to be held accountable for these. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jill Sofer, followed by George Muniff.
Good evening, members of the council. A lot of the things that I've been hearing tonight from speakers here all boil down to the same thing, that basically the citizens' voice has been locked out. You're not listening to it. You haven't been listening to it for years. Back in '70 when I moved here, any citizen could put anything that they needed to talk to the council about on the agenda. I did it a number of times, and they listened. Sometimes they told me to get lost, but they listened, and it was on the agenda, and that's appreciated. Like this lady said, I don't know her, but she's absolutely right. Why didn't you ask us about the new library? It's a big expense. It's going to impact our finances for many years in the future. She's absolutely right there. And you didn't even ask us. Now, Woodside did a much smarter thing when they were talking about their bridges. They asked the people what they thought. People told them, save the bridge you got. We could have saved a lot of money, a lot of headaches, and a lot of time if you people would have proceeded that way. You people from the old council, you didn't do it. You got us all very angry. I think that your obdurate behavior, you three who are still here from the old council, is still a cause of ruffling a lot of feathers. And I think if you want to start healing process, the best thing you can do is to stop doing things like locking out the other two council members from putting people on boards, like the GPAC. I think you need to think about that, because we see that as just, we've still got 3 votes and we're just going to stick it to you for the next 2 years until you vote us out of office.
Thank you, Mr. Sofer. And the last one will be George Muniff.
Good evening. George Muniff. I have 3 items I'd like to touch on. 2 of them you've heard from me before, but one of them would be relatively new. It seems like if if things go as everybody would want, your next agenda is going to keep you here for about a month. But I'm going to add another item. It has been discussed, the new library, at length. but not long enough. So at length in the wrong direction and not long enough in the right direction, in my opinion. A decision was made, I understand that decision, to use lease revenue bonds as opposed to go bonds, even though they're more expensive, and I think that there's a pretty fair amount of the public here in town that believe that that avenue was taken to end around the voters. And maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. But there is a savings with the other bonds, and we can save the money that we save, we can use somewhere else for other city needs. And in looking at the fly-through, I think it was called, video of that library, although it's a beautiful structure, my own opinion of that was it just doesn't fit. It certainly does not fit where that library currently sits, and it makes me wonder, are we better off to remodel our current library and expand it rather than build that huge, very modern looking building with no fit whatsoever in character in any form into that neighborhood. So I'd like to see that revisited. And I know that's asking a lot. I know you guys don't like to backtrack, but I would like that to see that revisited and discussed with the public, and maybe we can come up with a better solution. The second item is a larger space in Half Moon Bay. I know that the City Council has been discussing this issue in closed session for a little over a year. I don't know what decision's been made because I haven't heard any announcements, but the two items, or the two places, were Shoreline Station and Ocean Colony down near Miramontes Point Road, neither one of which, as far as I'm concerned, are worth a darn. The City Hall is right where it should be, right downtown center, Half Moon Bay. Why not just, as I mentioned once before at that special meeting, extend the second floor over the parking lot, there's your additional space, and everybody's happy. The City Hall stays right where it belongs, and that building has good history. And on the last item, I wanted to leave on a good note, or at least from your perspective, and hopefully everybody's perspective, but I will again, as I mentioned before, and this isn't my idea, but I'm following up on your idea of a citywide Wi-Fi. I will again tell you that if you can relieve your residents of Comcast billing and problems, I don't know that you could possibly do anything to ever not get reelected. You will be elected until 10 years after you're dead and gone. So I would ask that that also be agendized and discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is he even here? Mr. Sheardon. Okay, so this is the last card. You squeaked in.
No, I was looking for the comment card.
Over there, but there wasn't one, so had to do a make-do thing. I came to Half Moon Bay 30 years ago. I was related to the original Dr. Don Borley in this town. Those days 30 years ago were great. There was so much honesty in this town, hard-working farmers that took care of their own stuff. We were isolated here by '92. Don Borley, he had to go in the early days, take people over to Mills Hospital in horse and cart, you know. What's that got to do with today? Well, today things have changed. Things have changed a lot since I moved here 25 years ago. My first council meeting was 25 years ago this week. And there is no more integrity, there's no more honesty. The three original people on the council, I'm not talking about the newly elected people, but they and the people before him, for going back quite a long way, what's been done now is just dishonest. The way people used to take care of business just doesn't happen anymore. The library, it just needs an addition. The old bridge just needs fixing up. The original bridge, the bridge on the park, the metal bridge, that just needed some maintenance. This Medutra Park, that just needs a facelift. It doesn't need to be demolished. No one's put any real parks in for the kids in recent years. We go to Moss Beach for the parks. The park in Alcestis, that was put together by other people. What do we have now? We have nothing but a bunch of consultants, overpaid managers who then elect a city manager to help them. Same thing on the water board. We got a guy on the water board now, $2.25 million a year, and now $160,000 a year helper, but that's the water board. But there's so many things that maintenance that's been deferred. There's another bridge in trouble. We have erosion of the bluffs. There's so many issues, it's just negligence. We've had a council that's sole purpose is just to do favors for their friends. No, we don't like that, but that's what we've had, and I hope it changes, because this little backroom stuff, hiding behind the Brown Act and all that doesn't cut it, I come from a time, like a lot of people who spoke here, and they know how it was. And right now it stinks. The sidewalk thing stinks. A friend of mine who served in the Marines, 72 years old, he hurt his leg. He got nothing until he got a fellow Marine, helped him out, and he got $70,000 settlement. He doesn't live in the area anymore, so I can divulge the amount. You're not really saving any money, you're actually costing us money. Overpaid consultants, overpaid attorneys, over $300,000 a year, crazy billing, it's out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
should we finish this in the back room?
I do have a quick question. Councilmember, have you asked to put a person on the GPAC? Have you been denied that?
No, it was never mentioned.
Okay. Oh, great. So no one's been denied. You hadn't brought it up, because I think that's a great idea. So we can talk about that another time. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I'd never heard.
Yeah, I did initially in a conversation at City Hall with somebody, but I didn't make a formal request in writing. So.
Make a comment. So none of us put anybody on GPAC. We don't have appointees on GPAC. There was
We should be discussing a whole lot of things. No, but not in the public. But I think that could be rectified. I've never heard of it.
Okay.
We'll recommend to staff to follow up. We move now to consent calendar, and is there any items to be pulled?
I'd like to pull items 4 and 5.
Item 4 and 5. All right. And if that is all, can I have a motion?
I move to approve consent calendar items 1 through 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items number 1 to 3. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Councilmember Reddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paulcheck?
Yes.
Mayor Fraser?
Yes. All right, then we will move to item number 4. Oh, I'm sorry.
I've had a couple members of the public ask if we could move the bridge item up to the top, as many of the people who apparently are in the audience are here for that item. Just wanted to ask if that worked for everybody.
Sure, we could do that after we take care of 4 and 5 quickly, because with the consent, then we can move that up. And we should, so we voted on consent from 1 to 3, and now we'll just move quickly to 4 and 5, get those out, and then there's been a request to move up item number 10.
Excuse me, wouldn't we normally just move the items pulled from consent to the back of the agenda?
Is it just a quick one?
Two quick ones.
Go through it.
I also wanted to pull number 4, and I don't know how quick I'm going to be.
That's fine. I thought we were going to be able to take care of those quickly with a couple of statements. So we will delay 4 and 5 till the end of the meeting. We will move up item number 10 and then go back into the regular rotation. So we'll just take staff a minute just to get their items sorted.
Thank you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay.
Go ahead, thank you.
Sorry. Dante Hall, Community Development Director for this great city. As you know, there was a concern that came about related to the Main Street Bridge, and it came from a prior Caltrans inspection that questioned the bridge's stability and functionality. And in an effort to address the concerns, the city applied for and received grant funding to replace the bridge. In your packet, it details a lot of information and provides you with an update on the funding sources as well as a few policy considerations. But tonight, we are looking for your support in conducting some structural testing of the Main Street Bridge. And also, we would like to get your direction regarding the city's current agreement with URS for the Main Street Bridge for design services. So just to be clear, we are conducting the structural testing on the Main Street Bridge to determine the feasibility of rehabilitating the bridge. If rehabilitation is a feasible option, the test results will also be used to inform the design process moving forward. As you know, the city has secured a couple of grants, one for rehabilitating the bridge with safety improvements or replacing the bridge, and the second for providing accessible pedestrian paths and bike lanes on the bridge. The grant funds would reimburse the city for most of the cost, including the design and permitting. There is a matching fund that the city would have to cover. So in total, for the design and construction, the grants are approximately $7 million. However, only $997,000 of that money can be used for what we call preliminary engineering. And that's where the structural testing would have to come from that fund. So as you see before you on the chart, we have the total 997. The funds expended to date, the city authorized a number of meetings, outreach for the prior process, and that was approximately $359,000 that would come out of this. So the remaining amount for the preliminary engineering and design work is about $637,000. The proposed expenditures that are recommended are $105,000 and then another $100,000 for the pile testing. And Mo Sharma, our city engineer, is going to get a little bit deeper into the details of that. And additionally, we would need about $30,000 for permitting related to the testing for the bridge. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mo Sharma, who will lead us through the rest of the presentation.
I'll just thanks. I will go over the bridge testing program just briefly. So what they call is non-destructive tests. So the consultant will, number one, look visually at the bridge structure. Then the second thing would be they would bring what they call high strength radar, and through that high strength radar they will try to see inside the bridge. They will try to see from the surface, from the roadway, that how far down is concrete. Just because from the bottom we see there is an arch, that may not be the shape inside, because the inside in those days it may not be exactly right, round arch. It may be just different shape. So they will see that where how deep the concrete is, and they will also try to figure out what is between concrete and the road surface. The other thing they will try to do is with that radar, they will try to see where the steel reinforcement is and what's the extent of reinforcement, whether it's 2 feet apart or whether it's 1 foot apart. The last thing they will check with the radar is the steel connection or steel reinforcement connection between spandrel wall and the arch. Spandrel wall is the wall which is on the outside of the bridge, and that's the one which is holding the road over the arch. And they need to determine that how strong is the bond between the wall and the arch. The next, they will develop a computer model based on the steel reinforcement, the kind of the depth of concrete walls and concrete arches. They will also take some core samples of the concrete and determine the strength of the concrete. So with that model, they will kind of come up with a rough estimation of how the bridge will behave under different loads. The last thing they will do, actually bring a live load, a fully loaded truck. They will go over the truck over the bridge several times. They will stop at different locations. There will be very sensitive instruments installed on the wall as well as on the underside of the bridge. They will see the deflections and also that if the walls bulge out. And based on that, they will be able to calibrate their computer model a little more accurately. With that, they will be able to then apply seismic forces, the other load conditions, and determine where the bridge is weak and what design areas need to be strengthened. The last thing is that the condition of the wood piles, and it's presently we don't have any plans for the bridge or the wood piles. So there are some tests, and those are what they call impact or echo tests. And that's one way for them to determine how deep the piles are. The other thing they do, they have some kind of torque or wrench kind of device, which is actually a drill, and they drill through the pile and try to determine if the pile is hollow, solid, how in what shape it is, and based on that they will be able to determine the conditions of piles. And that's necessary because if the piles are in good shape, that's great. If not, then they can devise some additional piles to be set in ground outside of the bridge and then extend the abutment to the new piles. Anyway, so that's the total bridge testing program. We did check with the Caltrans that the eligibility of the cost under the present grant, and they have told us that as far as determining the structural strength of the existing bridge and also determining the method for rehabilitation, that will be eligible under the existing grant. Like Dante mentioned earlier, the grant also has the second phase, which is $5.7 million for the construction phase. So the first approximately $1 million of the grant money is for getting all the design work done. But before we could do the construction, we also need to get all the permits. Actually, we need all the permits for testing also, because some of the work will be in the creek zone, and we will need permits from the Coastal Commission as well as the biological studies and fish and wildlife permits. Caltrans will not allow us to proceed with the construction phase until the design phase is complete. and also until the testing phase is complete. It's very important for them to see that what the test results indicate. Their typical requirement is that under the current grant program, the sufficiency rating of the bridge is increased from current 24 to 80, and that sufficiency rating is dependent on the bridge structural strength, its width, its alignment, and its other physical features. And they will see that the program which the testing will propose, will that bring the rating to 80 or not? And if it is not to 80, then city will have to ask for design exceptions. The typical exceptions in this case would be exceptions from their standard lane width, which is typically 12 feet, and we have 2 lanes. The current bridge is not 20 foot clear in width. So we will need 1 exception for that. The second exception most likely would be for not adding shoulders. The third would be the approach angle. As you come south from Highway 92, you could make the turn, without much difficulty in a car, but a truck typically does not have the same kind of flexibility. You could see some tire marks there. If they give us the design exceptions, then we could continue with the current grant program. Otherwise, they may tell us that we may have to apply for a different grant. But we will see that after the test, where we are and how successful we are in getting our design exceptions. The last grant Dante mentioned, $500,000. That is from San Mateo County Transportation Authority, specifically for improving pedestrian and bicycle travel across the bridge. And we just don't know right now that whether that grant will be available or not if we do not widen the bridge. There is a possibility that we could just somehow just improve the walkways where we can meet their requirement and still use that grant. On this slide, it just explains a little bit about design exceptions. And design exceptions are the deviations from the standards which are established by the Federal Highway Administration. And the reason Federal Highway Administration is coming in the picture because the grant source is the Federal Highway Program. And they are the one who set the rule, and Caltrans administer their program for the state of California. The city's request for design exceptions will be reviewed by Caltrans as well as the Federal Highway Administration. And the Federal Highway Administration also has the goal of preserving the historic integrity of bridges. So there will be a consideration given for that also, that when they give us design exceptions, that if the historic preservation does require approval of design exception, that will be a good consideration. And that means that we wouldn't have to go up to, our sufficiency rating doesn't have to go up to 80, it could be something less also. In April last year, the City Council authorized staff to start inviting proposals for the testing program. The first task was, of course, for the staff to prepare a request for proposals and qualifications. And that was based on that request for proposal, we started inviting proposals in August. The proposals were received in October, and we received 5 proposals. They are not in any particular order. And these are the consultants who submitted the proposals. The consultants all of them are involved with bridge testing program. Now the proposals were reviewed by a panel of 3 experts. On that panel there is Noah Stewart. He is with the Caltrans District 4 in the Office of Cultural Resources as their senior environmental planner. Dan Devlin, he is a senior structural engineer with Biggs Cardoza and Associates. And Mark Moore, he's again another structural engineer in San Francisco. You will notice that the city staff or the city's currently engaged consultants were not involved in the evaluation panel. The evaluation, the city followed the state regulations regarding how to select consultants. So in this evaluation, they were looking at just the qualifications. And the qualifications, particularly they were looking at the project teams, their qualification, the team qualifications, how well have they worked in the past, for how long, their project experience, whether those experiences are related to Half Moon Bay project, and also the team's understanding of what the project's goals are. I mean, obviously, our request for proposal was seeking the proposals to perform tests to determine ways to preserve the bridge, and the panel's task was to see if the proposal we received did address that carefully. Then also their project approach, that what kind of test would they perform, and lastly they checked their references. Based on the ranking, WJE out of Emeryville, California came out number 1 as the most qualified consultant, and they got a total rating of 88. Atkinson, Noland and Associate, they are from Colorado. They came out close number 2 at a total score of 83. CTL Group, Construction Testing and Applied Material, their scores were between 61 and 40. So they were kind of substantially below the first 2. Now comes the city's task, and that is that we have to follow again the state procedures for qualification-based consultant selection. This is California State Government Code, Section 4525. So the way the process works is that the city starts negotiation with the most highly qualified consultant as determined by the panel. That's the time we look at the fees. Until this time, we had not considered their fees, and what we asked all those consultants was to give their proposal in 2 envelopes. One described their qualifications and their experience, and the second one was fees. And we opened only the fee envelope after the panel had decided and just before we started our negotiations. At that time, we realized that WJE's fee was substantially in excess of what city had expected. And by city, I mean the city staff. So city staff had contacted 3 sources, 3 structural engineers who did not submit their proposals on this project. And their total fee came to approximately close to $100,000. And WJE's total fee was close to $350,000. We did negotiate with them that if there are any tasks which the city's request for proposal listed, but may not give us that much value, which they could tell us that we could delete those tasks or we could reduce the extent of those tasks. And if that could still help them provide us the proper tests. They did identify about 3 of those tasks, and based on that, their total fee came down to close to $300,000, which was still quite a bit higher than city's expectation. We were also looking at that our total grant amount for testing and as well as permitting and design is only $1 million, and we had already expended $350,000. If we spent another $300,000, that wouldn't leave enough money for design. So this process also requires that if we reach an impasse, we should terminate any more negotiations with that consultant before we go to the next highest consultant. So that's the time we went to Atkinson Noland and we reviewed their fees. Their total fee is approximately $200,000. It's still over city staff's expectation, but at least it gives us some idea that in this case, most likely the city staff's expectation was a little too low. 200,000 is better than $300,000. We also reviewed their program. Their program is very similar to WJE's program. Their results would be similar. We also checked their experience. They have done several bridge tests. Atkinson Noland is, they are the main consultant, but they also have 4 others, sub-consultants, and one of them is an architect who has done several historic preservation projects, including in Yosemite Park, and for the U.S. Parks Services. They also have some structural engineer. They also have the other staff member, and we were kind of more focused on, okay, what about California? And they have done some bridge rehabilitation projects for Caltrans, almost 4 or 5 of them, Santa Ana, Sacramento area, and that area there. So that's what the staff is recommending, that we award the contract for the bridge testing to Atkinson Noland.
Thank you, Mo. And I'll pick up the rest of the presentation. In addition to awarding the contract or consideration of awarding the contract, we also have a policy issue that we'd like you to consider. Over the last several months, we've received some public comments and some expressions of concern about the work that's been produced by URS. In 2012, URS was actually selected through a public process that included community input, and I took a second to actually read the report from that time, and the rationale for selecting them was that they exhibited thorough understanding of the project. They had the technical ability and expertise with similar projects. So from a staff's perspective, URS has performed what the city has requested them to do. It appears, well, I mean, we're testing to figure out the feasibility of rehabilitating the bridge. So the scope will definitely change if that proves to be the direction. So the contract with URS is truly a city council policy issue. In your report, we have listed a few options that you can go with this. Among them is the option of first conducting the testing, and if rehabilitation is a feasible option, if we're able to confirm that we're able to use the Caltrans grant money to proceed with the project, I believe then we can make a decision about selecting a firm for the design services. But again, we realize that that is a policy issue for the City Council. Lastly, I'm sorry, I got my, just to put a preliminary schedule, if the testing is approved this evening, we would look to proceed with the CEQA determination and do the testing in May and report out in the summer sometime. So again, our recommendation is to contract with A&A for the testing services, contract with David Powers Associates for the permitting portion of it, and then we'd like to have council provide us some direction on the engineering and design services contract. That concludes our report. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mo, and thank you, Dante, for going through all the details on this. But we do have several cards. Does council want to make any comments first, or would you like to hear from the public? All right. So we've got about 10 cards here. Jerry Steinberg, followed by Harvey Rohrback.
I'll try to talk a little faster than Mo because I only have 3 minutes. But the only portion of that I'd like to discuss is the choosing of the engineering testing firm. You've heard a lot tonight about transparency and having input from the residents. People are actually involved in paying for this, and it's kind of disheartening to not have anybody on the committee that reviewed this. But let me read my prepared comments. I believe the staff should reconsider their present recommendation of a testing vendor and negotiate the sequence and cost of testing with the firm that received the highest ranking by their chosen group of advisors. Note, there were no residents involved in this ranking of vendors by the group of advisors. The firm chosen should not only have the current professional testing skills and methods, but also the ability to interpret the testing results and have experience in recommending how to correct and sequence the mitigation of any issues that are found. I attended the initial meeting, field visit to the bridge, when the testing engineering firms received their RFQ, the request for qualification, and the RFP, request for proposal, instructions from the city project manager. The question was raised whether the cost of testing would be a deciding factor in vendor choice. The firms were told no. That's why the cost estimate would be submitted in a separate sealed envelope and the costs negotiated later with the chosen firm. The real object here is that the cost of any construction work, that is, the sequence and prioritizing of any construction repair, will be obviously affected by the skill and the methods proposed by the engineering testing firm. The staff has raised the question as to who would design and oversee any repair work. It would appear that most qualified engineering and testing firms should design any repair work, and they should oversee with staff the bidding and construction to ensure the work was completed to their specifications. Since this bridge was involved in a resident voting referendum, it certainly or surely would appear that the negotiations with the highest ranking testing firm should include residents that have indicated a willingness to participate in an advisory group. Comments on URS. Since I am a civil engineer and I've worked for a company that was absorbed by URS, when they started this, they never found the plans. There was a resident that had to go look for the plans, the county. They also they should have originally done some testing before they spent a fair amount of money running around. Thank you.
Thank you. Harvey Rohrback, followed by Frank Garrity.
When I read this staff report, Harvey Rohrback, when I read this staff report, I thought I was in an alternate reality. It was bizarre, okay? We have been promised that no testing would occur until the Main Street Bridge Advisory Committee had been appointed. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Nothing's happened. I applied to be on that committee soon after it was announced available places. I guess having a PhD in physics is not sufficient to make me part of the group that would vet the testing procedure. And then I read the report when they talk about construction phase. Huh? Construction phase? I thought we had passed the Main Street Bridge Preservation Act. There won't be any construction phase until it's approved by the voters. So let's stop talking about this nonsense. Let's worry about accurately testing the bridge. Now, if the advisory committee is not going to be appointed, which looks like the case, then I agree with Mr. Steinberg that the most qualified firm, WJE, should be awarded the contract. They're the ones with the most knowledge, the most ability, and to argue that $100,000 makes a big difference when we've already spent $500,000 of wasted money is just absurd. So if you're going to award a contract, award it to the firm that does the best testing. That's WJE. In terms of URS, I think it's very clear to me, and I hope to you, that we have wasted, as I said, close to $500,000 and got nothing for it. So I would terminate the contract, the construction contract with URS immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Garrity, followed by Jules Sofer.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Frank Garrity. Again, speaking for AFOG, looking for some transparency and accountability tonight. And I urge you to not approve this process and approve this contract tonight. And I say that because before awarding it, we need full transparency and accountability. By that I mean we should hear from the group that was not represented in the presentation just given tonight. What group is that? The public, sitting behind me and sitting in their homes tonight. The public represented by the Main Street Bridge Citizens Advisory Committee. Where were they tonight? Oh, that's right, you have not formed the committee yet, even though it was announced and decided on, I believe, about a year ago. And even though I believe that 13 people applied for the 12 positions. So my question is, were any of the 13 qualified? Or at least enough qualified you could have had a less than 12-member committee? It seems like in our community we've got a lot of technical experts like Harvey, like Jerry. We've got a lot of business experts that could have advised on the contract. We have a lot of public communication people that could have been a go-between between the city and the public for their ideas. So anyway, the question is, why have not you selected this committee yet after all this time and after all the people that applied and have been waiting to be on it? Now we're hearing you're ready to move. So again, the committee would have been helpful with some of the design issues and some of the inspection issues and questions. Would not have hurt for you to hear from the public. Again, it seems like the city is charging forward, without listening to the public and without gaining the input from the citizens. in the form of the Citizens Advisory Committee on the bridge tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sofer, followed by Doreen Garrity.
Good evening again, Council. Jules Sofer, and I am a member of AFOG. I think the URS contract should be terminated. I think you, as a matter of policy, as a group, ought to be thinking in terms of never doing any business with any company that has any ties to yourselves or your staff. I think that that's just something that you shouldn't do, don't you? One last thought. When Fred Paxton ran this town as the city manager, he sat in that city hall for years, and he had one secretary, Mary Lou Cunha Orange, and those two ran this town so well, so efficiently, and so honestly, and looked out for every dollar of our money like it was their own. Nobody ever had any complaints. Maybe it was a little simplistic. Maybe we were only 8,000, 7,000 people at that time. But it can be done with a little bit of goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you. Doreen Garrity, followed by David Ablovi.
Hello again. My name is Doreen Garrity, and I am a AFOG member. And first of all, I agree 100% with the previous speakers, Frank, Jules, Harvey, Jerry, in regards to hiring a contractor tonight. So I won't spend my 3 minutes on that specifically, but I will spend my time on asking questions about the progress of the Main Street Bridge Advisory Oversight Committee as to why it hasn't been formed. So I have specifically 5 questions. The first one is, why do we not have this committee organized yet? The second one is, what's causing the delay? Third one is, how many people have applied to volunteer? Frank said 13. I'm not sure about that. And then the fourth one is, who volunteered? And the fifth one is, are none of those people that volunteered qualified to be on this committee? Sounds like Harvey is. This committee is crucial to transparency and accountability to improve public trust. This committee needs to be formed now before you make any decisions in regards to the consultant. This committee should be part of the process in selecting the consultants for this inspection and for any further work. So I'm urging you to please be transparent and form the Advisory Citizen Oversight Committee before you progress with any other steps. Thank you.
Thank you. David Ablovi, followed by George Mudoff.
Thank you. My name is David Ablovi. I'm going to work backwards, actually, and deal with the URS question first. David Anderson at February, I think it was February 4th, 2013, scoping meeting. This is a quote. David Anderson, for those of you who weren't a part of the process, was URS's lead engineer for presenting this proposal to the public. His quote was, "That bridge's presence is an engineering impossibility. They need to go, period." There's no... They did the city's bidding. The city said get rid of the bridge. URS did whatever they had to do to get rid of the bridge. I think it's a realistic statement to say that I could set myself on fire up here, and the 3 people in the middle of that room or sitting in front of me here are not going to listen to what I would say. So I'm going to be relatively brief in going through the facts. The facts are that only one consultant and on the list of consultants submitted a proposal that included environmental permitting. No one else did. And after the city negotiated with that consultant, more or less, and didn't come to an agreement, they then allowed ANA to alter their proposal, because ANA did not include, if you go back and look at the original documents, ANA did not include environmental permitting or the costs to do the same. Furthermore, ANA's proposal does not include the scaffolding necessary to core the bridge within compliance of that environmental permitting. The consultant, WJE, that has been declined in this particular process, asked the city specifically, what are the allowable processes that we will be allowed to do over the top of the bridge? Mr. Sharma addressed specifically the radar NDT that ANA has proposed. That non-destructive testing is going to require closing the bridge to scan from the top down. The consultant, WJE, that has been rejected was told you can't do that, so they plan to examine the bridge from the bottom up. Think about the costs involved in those two processes. One is you roll the thing over the top of the bridge for a few hours. The other is you have to build scaffolding and do it from the underside of the bridge. I'm going to come to the last item because it's just the kicker. And this speaks to why this Bridge Advisory Committee is so critical, because we could have helped you. I wanted to help you. I really did. But you didn't solicit our input. Did you check to see if any of the principals, Dave Woodham, the project engineer, Carlos Cito, the engineer one, Scott Asherman, chief testing engineer, Bryce Carpenter, senior structural engineer, or John Feinberg, the architectural conservator? These are the individuals identified in the proposal that you are forwarding tonight for approval. None of them are licensed to do business or to perform work as an engineer in the state of California. I knew this 2 days ago. I wanted to tell you, there's no route for me to do that. My only option is to come up here and plead with people that don't want to hear what I have to say to stop this. If you, the council I'm speaking to now, I'll be 2 more seconds. If you approve this, you're once again denying the public input and participation in a process which we have made abundantly clear we want to be a part of. And furthermore, you're approving something that can't happen because it's not legally binding. They don't have a license to do any work here. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. George Muta, followed by John Ullum.
Wow. Lost my spot. George Muta, I'm going to try to come around at this issue from a different perspective. I remember in 2012 asking the council, begging the council repeatedly to test the bridge. I'm not the only one. A lot of people. As time went on, the more people came up and all said the same thing. Without going into a big history of this particular matter, I would have to say, although there is a very large gap between number 1 and number 2, there's an equally large gap between number 2 and the rest. Beechwood would have to be the city's biggest black eye. This has to come in second. How we got to where we are at this very moment, honestly, I just don't understand. And I know this is a very busy, small, sleepy town. There's nothing sleepy about it. There's always something going on. And if there's not, we'll make it up. But this is a big issue. And this is such a big issue that the city sponsored two ballot measures in June of just last year. A year ago, right now, there was a citizens initiative that was stepping forward that prompted the 2014 council to put 2 measures on a ballot, both of which gave the same result, 35-65 loss to the council and a 65-35% win for the public. That is about as clear a mandate as I can think of. That is the people saying, we are interested in this. We want to participate. And you graciously provided an opportunity for a committee for members of the public to participate and give their input. And yet you're on the agenda tonight to vote for testing without any input. The biggest issue through this whole thing, in my humble opinion, has been trust. We feel, I say we, I can't speak for everybody else, I'll speak for myself. I feel that this project has been bungled from day one in numerous ways. You don't need me to tell you what the ways are. You don't need me to give you a hard time, and you don't need me to tell you what to do. All I'm asking is recognize what's going on. Look around. Understand, this is a big deal. The public wants to participate. They've made that clear, abundantly clear. Please, allow. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Donald Sheridan, followed by John Ullum.
Hello, my name is Donald Sheridan. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I also studied civil engineering. I worked in mechanical engineering for 22 years. The presentation tonight was very mamby-pamby, considering how long we've had to study this thing. We were promised to have a committee where people who do have mechanical engineering give some input on this. As far as I know, the council, I don't know about the new members of the council, but the councils who've been around this for the last 5 or 6 years, as far as I'm concerned, they have no background in any engineering. And frankly, I don't trust consultants that just come here and make their money and leave. 25 years, I've seen 17 different city managers come and go. And I like it when we had our own people, because they had to come through with the thing. The late Eddie Andrini, architect Barry McAdoe, and me got together up at his yard. And right after this bridge was in trouble, we came up with a plan. We did it just like the old days, like I said, the honest old days when people contribute their knowledge to this. And I'm going to tell you, I'm here right now for Eddie Andrini. I wasn't going to come tonight, but you know, it's an easy plan. We got a good sketch of it. It's really easy. It could be done for $500,000. It could be done in a month, 6 weeks at the outside. This is just ridiculous, this cost, this texting goes on and on and on. No one ever looked at what was needed early on. We went ahead and spend. You know, and again, it comes back, it's just absolutely, thoroughly dishonest. This whole thing of using outside people to just, and using people, whoever you can use, just to come up with the answer that you want. That's what seems to be going on right now, and it's very disingenuous. And I think it's just terrible when we waste the resources like we have available for free, not to have some sort of a steering committee. It doesn't have to be something that anyone really has to take notice of, but you know, it just helps guide the process. And goodness, we need some guiding the process, because it's like the blind leading the blind right now.
John Ullum, please. Thank you. Thank you, speakers, for all your comments. We'll bring it back to council if staff doesn't have any other comments they want to add at this time.
Perhaps I'd like to make one comment. The advisory committee was not intended to be a technical committee who would weigh in on these proposals. So whether or not that committee has been or has not been appointed, they would not have been a part of the process in making this recommendation.
So, council, do you have some questions? Councilmember Penrose, your button's on. Did you have a question you wanted to start with?
Not just yet.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that last comment there. In all my years of serving in 40 plus years of giving, an advisory committee is strictly an advisory capacity. You talk about representation in the comments you're making. I'm the representation of the public, and I have to represent the public. I'm the one that makes the decision. And if you're complaining about staff, it's an insult to me. You can complain about me, but I don't think you should be picking on professional staff who have the knowledge and the credibility that can get things done legally and properly and not governed by rumors. So those are just some of my opening comments. I'll have some other comments later on. I've reviewed this proposal very thoroughly. I think they've done a professional job. They're not afraid to, they're in-house. I would ask staff, the commenter made a comment about they're not legally to do business in California. I find that quite interesting because they've done California projects before, number one. And number two, they've worked on a lot of historical bridges. And then just one final comment to our legal counsel. We have every legal right to test this bridge, even though we had that referendum. Is that correct?
The Measure F language is pretty clear what it does prohibit and what it does not prohibit. The testing contemplated in this particular proposal is not within the scope of prohibited activities under Measure F.
Thank you. That's fine for now.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, just to follow up, we realize that this RFP would have to involve a team of people. So it's not just one consulting firm, but the lead is A&A. You know, like you mentioned, this team has conducted business in the city of Reading, the county of Colusa, the city of Santa Ana, the city of Irvine, and others. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Councilmember Reddick?
Yeah, it's my impression from reading the Atkinson-Noland proposal, I only saw one individual that mentioned being qualified in the state of California, and that was the architect, not the principal and not the other engineers. So, you know, I doubt that having one person on the team who's qualified to work in California qualifies the entire team, and so I think the question has to be answered. Who and who is not licensed to practice engineering in California? Their references, none of their references were California projects. The projects that they referred to were all out of state that were most likely to meet the conditions of the request for qualifications and proposals. So, you know, I think that question needs to be answered and not discarded nonchalantly.
Well, I know I did a little research on that, and so what I was happy with was they are a California company, and they had done some projects. I made some notes in Reading, a Trinity River flat car bridge, a Stone Corral Creek bridge, a Metrolink bridge in Santa Ana, a bridge in County of Colusa, so and a bridge over in Irvine, another undercrossing bridge in Elk Grove. So they've done many projects in California. They're not an out-of-state company.
They're from Boulder, Colorado.
Looking to see.
They're from Boulder, Colorado, and
that they have done a lot of projects in California. They haven't just concentrated in other places.
My question is, are the principals identified in the proposal licensed to perform engineering work in the state of California? Their bios do not identify that at all. Only one, and that was the architect.
I'm looking for the most distinct question so I can give you a clear answer. If the question is this firm licensed to do business in California? Yes, and I think Mr. Hall pointed out quite clearly, unlike a practice of law where a degree in one state or a certificate in one state is not necessarily as that of another. For instance, I could not practice law in New York. A lawyer could not practice law in California, but engineering structure and engineering qualifications are different in that it doesn't matter if you're in Colorado or if you're in California, gravity is the same, the physics work the same. And so the extent of, I'd like to finish my comments to the council. The firm that has been put forward here has done business in California very successfully, reputable company, operating legally in the state of California. So to the extent your question is this legal? The answer is yes. Under the legal tenets, yes, it is a legal contract. Now, whether you disagree with whether it's the correct contract or not is a separate question, But legally speaking, it is a defensible contract. That firm can submit a bid and can do business in California.
I'm not asking about the firm, I'm asking about the principals. Are the principals licensed to do business in California?
Which principals are we asking about? Individual persons?
The individual persons on the team.
The contract itself is with a firm. The firm has to be qualified to do business in California. The firm can employ a number of individuals licensed in many different states in many different capacities in order to put forward a complete project. The fact that an owner might be based in Colorado, they may have other principals or other associates who are based in California who will handle that aspect of the project in the sense of making sure that they've complied with whatever licensing requirements an individual architect or engineer might necessarily have in order to go forward with the project. But the fact that the principal himself is not particularly licensed in California doesn't mean that the firm itself has no business or no right to conduct business in California. Does that make more sense?
Thanks.
Thank you. Excuse me, public, we listen to you. Please, we're having a discussion up here. Councilmember Penrose?
Yes. I don't know about how I would choose either firm. My sense is with the amount of money that we have so far spent and gotten nothing for, that putting $100,000 more into getting the best is certainly the approach I would take. So I would go with WJE. The second comment is that I feel very strongly about forming a Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm not saying that a Citizens Advisory Committee should make decisions about who does testing or who doesn't do testing, but they should be made aware of what the studies are, what the process is, so that they can put public comment to it. And since the public was promised an advisory committee a year ago, I feel very strongly that one should be formed and should be formed as quickly as possible.
Vice Mayor Kowalczyk?
Thank you. I've got a few comments and a few questions. First comment is about the Bridge Advisory Committee. I think there are two things going on, and there's a misalignment between my understanding of what was agreed upon last year and the expectations of the public. And I think both expectations are reasonable, and we need to, I think, resolve that. My understanding of the advisory committee regarding the Citizens Initiative was to ensure that any proposed changes or construction involving the bridge would maintain the integrity and historical character of said bridge. It's to validate that anything that we do for the bridge is in fact keeping with the spirit of that ordinance. And that is my understanding of the boundaries of that committee. My impression, based on waving hands and bobbing heads and grumbling, is that many members of the public were expecting a much more hands-on, we're going to design the bridge, we're going to be involved in the testing, we're going to choose the firm, sort of a more hands-on approach. And a couple of nods tell me that's what some of the expectations. I think those are misaligned, and I think we should, I don't think we can handle it today, but we should look at, I think the first one's very appropriate. The second one may be appropriate, and we may want to look at that, but there's also, in a certain capacity, but our staff do a great job, and this council sets policy, and our staff implement that policy, and that includes getting bids, bringing in professionals, and making recommendations, and they should have the independence to do that, and the results of that and the process of that should be transparent to the public. How we organize that, I think we need to discuss, but I think that is one of the misalignments among us tonight. Now, to the matter at hand, I'm not necessarily sold, but I could buy into the A&A proposal. But I have a few questions regarding this. So there was a difference of from 88. I think I have the numbers right. A scoring of 88 to 83 between the two firms. Can somebody please give me a quick synopsis of the differences that came up? Is it a material difference? What would be behind that?
just very generally, on the three panelists, they had their individual scores. And as you could imagine that there's always some difference when they score. So this difference of 5 from 88 to 83 is not very significant difference. Basically, they all agreed that that their work scope was responsive to city's request for proposals. And by the way, the city's request for proposal did not request proposal for environmental or permitting services, and that's why no other consultant proposed. WJE proposed as an option for $65,000, and that is in addition to $350,000. The city staff has contacted JD Power Associates, and they can do the same work for about $30,000 or less than $30,000 for the same thing. So in this case, I don't have their individual score sheets in front of me from those three panelists, but I think it's just their individual scores based. But generally, they found that they were pretty much very close to their qualifications were very close.
Got it. And then the environmental permitting element was a suggested add-on, was not a requirement. So providing it did not, it perhaps made them thoughtful or opportunistic, but did not necessarily illustrate a higher level of performance. So it was the 88 to 83 difference there. The second thing about A&A I noticed, and the references refer to I believe the primary contractor and bridge diagnostics, but it looks like it's like 5 consultants working together, and the references say the first 2 did a really good job. Have the 5 worked together as a collective?
In their proposal, they indicate that the architect and ANA has worked together for almost 40 years. There is also same kind of relationship, more like 25-year relationship between BDI. They're the one who do the diagnostic testing, and ANA, they are the one who analyze those tests, and they prepare the computer model. So they have worked together for 25 years.
Thank you, and I appreciate you going. I have like 3 or 4 more questions. I really appreciate your answers to these. The testing company is in Boulder. I'm assuming we're paying. Are the people doing the work staff members that live and are part of in California, or are there travel expenses that are going to be incurred as part of this?
The travel expenses are included in their proposed fee of approximately $205,000. So there is no additional, so that is already kind of calculated in that fee.
Got it. And so, but then they're coming in from Boulder to do the work, and they've included the travel for that. And then one of the members of the public made a good point that I think that you mentioned this is top-down scanning through the road surface, and beneath the road surface there is the fill material, and beneath the fill material is the substructure, which is the thing we're actually testing. Although I'm an engineer, I'm not a road engineer. It seems to me that we could present some issues in getting accurate testing of the substructure, because the test would have to penetrate through the fill material as well as the road surface. Could you comment on that?
Well, there are 2 different tests. One test is the ground penetrating radar test. That both consultants will do the same way. They will start from top. They will also do the sides, and they will do underneath also, because they need to start, but they need to look at the inside of the bridge from all 3 dimensions. They both will be doing the same work. The second comes on the load test. For the load test, that's when they will do the deflection measurements. Both of consultants will set up some scaffolds underneath the bridge. The scaffold have to be independent of the bridge, so when the truck moves over the bridge, it does not affect the scaffolding. Very sensitive instruments will be attached to the bridge, and those instruments will be sitting on that scaffolding. Both consultants will do the same procedure. They will also do some kind of anodes on the side of bridge, and they will measure the same deflection same way, so there's no difference between their test methods.
So the person who suggested, their suggestion was inaccurate, perhaps?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. So if they're essentially the same test methods, that's pretty important. And then I know during the negotiation process with WJE, there was one of the elements that was removed was corrosion studies. I know the reinforcing cable in the bridge is not typical rebar, but is in fact cable, which has as you know, has a wicking effect with moisture and can cause other corrosion. Is corrosion testing or testing of the cable part of the study, or is that not necessary if the structural integrity does in fact pass?
WJE was suggesting that because there is no sign of any rust coming through the bridge on the underside, they were assuming that there is not much rust on the steel, and that's why they were suggesting there will not be any corrosion study. And ANA did not propose to do corrosion study just in their proposal. They will, however, look at, they will take the core sample, and from the core sample they will see what's the condition of the steel. They will also check through the cracks and see that what they can see from just those locations. Their core samples, they will be doing pretty much the same number of core samples, both consultants. They will be taking like 5 or 6 core samples, I believe.
Great, thank you, Mo. And I've got the last question is around, maybe it's more of a contractual thing, around evaluation of the wood pilings. This is going to be, everything was fixed fee, and this is an hourly basis, which seemed odd. Is that typical, and is there a not to exceed amount in the contract?
Well, actually, the numbers you have, they are all estimated fees. They are all based on their hourly rate and the time they spend on that. It's just that ANA figured that it will be very difficult for them to estimate the fee for the pile testing. And that's why they said that they did not give us any number for that.
No, thank you. And that makes me have another question. Was ANA's proposal, I understand now it's hourly based on the number of hours at the estimate, and also the same true for WJE?
That is correct.
So they both have the risk of going over hours. Okay, so thank you, Mo. I appreciate your patience, and staff, all your input on my questions. So my takeaway from that is comparable quality in their ratings, 83 and 88. And my takeaway is same or similar test methodologies, capable and experienced in doing business in California. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation of staff, and I appreciate you going through all the details.
Thank you. I'll add a few comments to this, and thank you for talking about the advisory committee and misalignment. I think last August, September, when it was proposed, let's have an advisory committee, we didn't outline what the specifics of that would be. So I agree, there's been misalignment or misexpectations on what that was. In my view, that was always going to be an advisory group that would be able to recommend design recommendations. Should we go wider? Is it a pedestrian area? Help with some of the outreach with the shopkeepers, the businesses. Is it favorable that it could be shut if there is a repair for a short time? I mean, those types of things. The testing piece and deciding on what firm would do this, I mean, I'm not an engineer, and I put my faith in staff and the professionals to decide. I don't influence who gets a contract on anything. I like to look to see what they've done, and going through this firm, they had done a lot of work here in California. I would have questioned if they hadn't done any work here, as our rules are very different. So, I put my trust in staff for what the research and the work that they have done to bring us to this. I wouldn't influence or prefer one over the other, because I'm not going to try and find a person who, unless they're really done something grievous, and I question it. But I think there's been a sound decision based on what staff has looked for, and I trust staff in their recommendation on this firm.
Yeah, if I could just follow up with that, please. I think the individuals that did the evaluation were highly qualified and respected individuals throughout America. And I think that's very, very key in the evaluation process. And I thank staff for separating themselves from the whole process during that evaluation until final conclusion. So I'm very comfortable. I think this is something that, as a speaker said, possibly hindsight's always easier to look at this. I know we had some individuals that were boring holes illegally under the bridge in the past. At least this time the testing will be legal and professional, and we'll get some results from it. And I think that's the main thing. So to continue on with discussion, I'd be willing to make a motion on the one recommendations and not on the URS recommendation at this time.
I'd like a chance to comment first.
You can comment after the motion is made, though.
No, I'd like to make...
Okay, yeah. I will hold off my motion in respect.
First, I'm going to deal with the consultants. WJE was rated the most competent consultant, and they're also a California-based consultant. They're a Bay Area-based consultant. Their team, their employees live in the Bay Area in California, make good salaries, spend their money here. I believe in buying California. I also believe that they're a certified small business in California, another reason to hire them. But I think the discussion and the recommendations display incredible tone deafness to the politics in this community, and a failure to remember just a year ago what was going on with the bridge initiatives, the promise of a Citizens Advisory Committee, a promise of transparency. None of that is happening. We're just continuing down the same old road of shutting out the public. So I'm going to have a competing motion. And I think that this is a very good reason to continue the item, appoint this committee, have them review the scope, have them review the two top proposals and the firms, ask questions, and make a recommendation to the council. I have no problem with public input, with establishing citizens committees. I have no problem with slowing down a little bit and getting the level of public input that the public is comfortable providing. I just don't. The more transparency we have, the better off we're going to be as a community. So I'm not in favor of making a decision tonight. I'm certainly not in favor of continuing on with URS. They're tainted by the process of developing the initiatives and the way they proceeded spending money willy-nilly without even testing the bridge in the first place. We turned down the offer of downtown business people to pay for the testing. So as far as I'm concerned, URS and anybody associated with them is tainted, and I'm not going in that direction. So perhaps this advisory committee could also recommend a revised scope for a new firm so that we can move forward. So bottom line, you know, we need to look at who's the most qualified, who works in California, who can support our local economy, and who understands the project best. But before we do that, we need to convene the Citizens Advisory Committee. There's engineers, you know, PhDs in physics, business people. There's no reason why we should not consult with them. I can't think of a single one. Frankly, I don't trust anybody who was involved with this project last year. Consultant staff included. Sorry, Mo. That's how I'm feeling tonight.
We'll entertain a motion.
I will move staff's recommendation to authorize the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with Atkinson Nolan and Associates for Main Street Bridge testing services, and to David J. Powers Associates Incorporated for permitting services required prior to the structural testings being performed, and provide directions to staff, which I think I would leave that bottom paragraph out at this time personally. I would just go with my comments there, my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'd also like to put on the table a separate motion to vote on.
I think legal advice.
To the city clerk, do we do the first and the second and then entertain the additional motion? Is that correct?
You can have two motions on the table before a vote. So my motion is to continue this item and to immediately convene a Citizens Advisory Committee.
All right, there was a motion that Councilmember Muller made. Is there a second? I'll second that. And there was a motion that Councilmember Ruddick presented. Is there a second on that?
Yes, I'll second that.
Discussion, yes?
Discussion item regarding the Citizens Advisory Committee, role of committee. And we have one, so maybe we need to have clarification. I'm not prepared to set up, and then we don't have an agenda item to discuss the responsibilities for that committee. I think we need to get clarification of what was done previously, and what was formally decided, and what was the policy when the committee was originally set up, and the policy that defined that committee, and compare that to the expectations from the community and their involvement. I think that would be prudent. I could see pausing on this item. I could see doing that. I don't think we're in a position to set up that committee unless we define the criteria for that committee.
Well, you can agendize formation of the committee at the next meeting and discuss their roles and responsibilities. But I think it's incumbent upon us to do that first before we proceed.
And for discussion, I respectfully disagree. I think it's our role to make decisions for the public. That we listen to the public, we understand what the public's trying to say, we have to weigh the balance. We're judging information here, the way I review it. We're judging information from the professional staff, we're judging information from the public, and we have to judge the information, what is the better good for the community. And I think, I agree with you. I think on an advisory capacity, you have to remember, we are policy, the public is advisory capacity. We're not involved up here turning valves and making fittings and trying to figure out the capacity of this bridge. So I'm not opposed to the advisory committee at all. But I think, you know, it's time to move forward. We've put together, the staff has put together top professionals. We got great proposals. And the advisory committee, as I understood it too, and I think for the future, is going to have to look at, if we ever get to that point, hopefully someday soon, on what can really be done to the bridge. We will know that after the testing is done, and that's where the advisory committee would have a tremendous amount of input into it. So I'm still supporting my motion.
And two, when the advisory committee was suggested back in August or September of last year, it was identified with different categories of people, whether it was public members, shopkeepers, an engineer, different things. That was outlined. And I don't believe that deciding who's doing the testing was ever going to be a part of that advisory committee. And that's why there hasn't been any selection of that. I mean, I still get different people will say they're interested in that. So this was always going to be a recommendation from staff about who the firm was going to be that do the testing, the design, and all of that other stuff of what to do would be solicited from the advisory committee based on what community members had wanted. So City Clerk, help me out here. We have two motions, and legal can help me. We have two motions, and they've both been moved and seconded on this. How do we proceed on this?
I believe there is an order of motion. They are mutually exclusive, so it seems to me one has to precede the other.
Apologies. In this circumstance, the motion that went first needs to be addressed first, so voted on first. That would be, I believe, Councilmember Mueller's motion, and then after that motion is heard.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you. So the motion from John Mueller, can we have roll call on that, City Clerk?
Councilmember Penrose?
If I may, Mayor, could we definitely have clarification on my motion again read back, because I want to ensure that people didn't misunderstand that I've left the bottom paragraph off of my motion.
If you want, I can read it from the...
I'd be more comfortable with that, please.
So you made the motion to approve the staff recommendation, which is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute professional service agreements with Atkinson, Noland, and Associates for the Main Street Bridge testing services for an amount not to exceed $205,000. Which is this next paragraph the one that you don't want to include?
No, David Powers.
Here, I believe you had read from the PowerPoint. Here is the recommendation from the staff report.
Okay.
So it's item number 1 and 2, is that?
Correct. Item 1 and 2.
Okay, so you do not want to include the part about URS at this point?
That was in
okay.
the handout.
Right, okay, great. And then the additional staff report recommendation was regarding David J. Powers Associates for an amount not to exceed $30,000 for permitting services required prior to structural tests being performed.
Yeah, make sure the council understands.
Great, all right. So to clarify, Councilmember Mueller's recommendation and motion was the recommendation as listed in the staff report, item 1 and 2. And so we will have roll call on that motion.
Councilmember Penrose?
No.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Councilmember Ruddick?
No.
Vice Mayor Qualcheck?
Yes.
Mayor Fraser?
Yes. Now we have Councilmember Ruddick's motion.
May I make a comment?
You may make a comment.
My comment is, I think it's important. We committed to the community to maintain the historical integrity of the bridge. That's a policy of the city. We also said, policy of the city, we're going to test the bridge before we do anything. I think we're doing that. I think it's appropriate to step back and relook and ask staff to look at how we might engage a citizens committee to be involved, what construct would work for them to be involved effectively in the process. They are not staff, but they have valuable input, and I think we should hear the input and find the right way to do that. I can see it taking a lot of different forms, and I'd like, in my opinion, my suggestion would be for staff to come back with how we might form and structure a citizens advisory committee that can be more engaging than are the plans maintaining the structural integrity or not, which is sort of the original role. I think that would be valuable. I also think the community is asking for that, and I also believe because the level of passion over this issue was so high from the election, involvement tonight, involvement in the community. I think that's a prudent step. So that's my addendum to my vote on the first part. I want to do the testing. I also want to get our community committee engaged at an appropriate level beyond which we had decided last year. So.
We are happy to bring something back along those lines.
And that's your comments, it doesn't affect what the motion that Councilmember Ruddick had made?
Can I hear that motion back, please?
And can we hear that motion?
The motion is to continue this item and to immediately convene a Citizens Advisory Committee, or let's call it a Citizens Oversight Committee, to review the scope of work, the top proposals, and to provide input into a scope of work for overall bridge engineering services going forward.
All right, we've had a first and second on that. Thank you for reviewing that. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Muller?
No.
Councilmember Ruddick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kolchak?
No.
Mayor Fraser?
No. No. Thank you.
Further comment? I'd like to suggest we ask staff to follow up on the item I discussed previously and report back to us.
So we're bringing back what was decided before, bring that back to discuss, to reformulate that, to get expectations clear beyond just to form an advisory committee. So members of the public and everyone can be clear. Correct. Thank you.
I'd like to ask that be on the next agenda, that we have a study session on it with the council.
Can we have that? Is it possible to have that at the next one? Councilmember Penrose will be gone for a little bit. Is it not much? It's not much time.
It's not much time. So staff reports for that agenda is due like tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the input from the staff on this has to be and why we need staff input on this. I think as a council member, I can decide what what policy I would like to see the advisory committee to follow.
Because this is a formal body and staff reports are required for any type of question coming up. So in order for that to happen, they would have to be doing that work in the next day or so. And I think that will be difficult for them.
Staff needs to tell us what we want in a Citizens Advisory Committee.
Perhaps I can help.
Yeah.
Staff's role is to bring forward recommendations based on best practices, based on the profession, based on our experiences. And clearly it's up to the council to make those decisions. We can't get it together tomorrow or in the next couple of days. We're thick in budget. We're living and breathing budget right now so that we can get that to you. We're trying to get that published by next week so that you have access to the budget, the proposed budget for, I think it's about 2 weeks before the May 5th council meeting. So it's going to be very difficult, impossible, nearly impossible to be able to do that. I don't have in front of me what else we have in the works in terms of staff time to try to get other items that are on the agenda for the next meeting. I just don't have that in front of me, so I don't know. I don't think we can do that.
May I make a suggestion? I know that Councilmember Penrose would like to be involved, but you're not going to be available for a while. Would you have any problems if you wrote down your suggestions or whatever it was, and if we discussed this while you were gone, just to get it moving? Would you be comfortable with that?
Of course I'm comfortable with that. I think my question is, what do we need from staff on this? What are we asking staff to do for us when it's clear that council members, some of us anyway, and I think probably all of us, would like to see a citizens advisory group. Now, if we institute that group, we can then talk about, well, what is the scope of the group? But that's policy. Yes.
I don't see why, we couldn't give direction to staff tonight. Maybe it's by a motion to say, form a citizens oversight, not an advisory committee, a citizens oversight committee to oversee the testing and the design and whatever actions we decide to take, that there's an oversight committee that's reviewing things and keeping another set of eyes on the project. I don't see that we need anything else. We want an oversight committee. We want to invite every one of those 13 people to be on it. It's an ad hoc committee. It's not a standing committee. It's going to be convened for a specific purpose, and that is oversight of the Main Street Bridge project. I don't see why we need to come back with another item.
The reason I want to see it come back is because I want to hear from staff who are full-time paid professionals that have job responsibilities to give input on the structure and the roles that they believe would allow for effective and efficient operation. And if upon seeing that, then I can move that stake around. I can expand those roles, I can change those roles, but I want to know, what I don't want to do is unduly burden staff with oversight when advisory might be what's necessary. Or an advisory in some capacity, or oversight in some capacity, and I don't want to predetermine that. I want to know what staff's opinion, because I have tremendous faith and confidence in our staff, and if they have input to that process about what would allow them to be effective, I want to know that. I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
Forming an advisory committee or an oversight committee is a policy decision of the council, and staff works for us. So there's no reason that I can think of that prohibits us from making a decision to form this committee tonight, and the details can be worked out later.
Does it really matter if we form the committee tonight and work out the details, or work out the details and form the committee?
From an optics perspective, I think it would be a really good idea. Frankly, a little PR advice.
Are we stepping out of bounds here?
That would be my concern. This is not an agendized topic, so taking action by a motion would be a problem, but giving direction to staff to come back, put this on for future action by the council would be appropriate, but the Brown Act simply doesn't allow the council to take this new item up and have a motion and direct action without providing notice. That's just unfortunately not possible under the law. So that does put some legal constraints into the works here.
So would it be possible if we get this, if it can't be on for the next meeting, if Councilmember Penrose would give any comments or suggestions on how she thinks this is structured, and we have it on the agenda for the first meeting in May, would that be all right if we had the discussion and get the committee formed while you are?
I'll be here for the first meeting in May.
Oh, okay. Would that be all right then?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So we can do that for the first week of May, and we can have the discussion over an oversight or an advisory, as I see them at different functions as that, and that's probably something that we can discuss at the time.
Yes, and I'd just like to say, I'm not asking staff to do extra work. What I'm asking staff to do is form an advisory committee. I don't see what other role they have than to form it. So, I know you're busy.
I'm hearing two different things. We're happy to do whatever this council wants. And you're right, we work for this council. But I work for three of you. I need for you guys to count to three. And right now, I'm not hearing that. So I'm hearing conflicting information, so it's difficult for me to bring back information. So if you'd like to provide some guidance, further guidance that is some consensus, I'm happy to do that. Or we're happy to bring back what we think is a professional recommendation in terms of what might be a good recommendation and how these might work, with clearly understanding that the council can then have the discussion and change it, alter it, expand it, constrict it, as you see fit. And you're right, it's a policy decision.
So
Thank you for
summarize.
clarifying where you're coming from.
So, thank you for that. I think it's agreed everyone wants to see this in the first meeting in May. We already had established something in August of September of last year with different qualifications on there, or excuse me, different categories. So bring that information back to that, and then we can have the discussion about what we want this group to do, because we did not do that last year. It was form an advisory committee, and that was an oversight. And there was different expectations on everyone on that. So, thank you. We have item number 10. It's 10 o'clock. If we could take a quick break, and you're going to change tape as well. Thank you.
Thanks for throwing that clarification there. I knew we were getting pretty shaky there. I know. She knows what I mean. I know that. The bones, the collarbones. Oh my God. She found it. I realized it's like coming out of well, I don't have a long neck, so I got to take it out. I take it out. Oh my God, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for checking. Yeah. Okay, you too.
2-minute warning if people can start to get settled, please.
Go around, though, because I think
One minute call to council members and staff to get back. Thank you, everyone, for settling back down. Are we back on camera? Got that.
Madam Mayor, before we proceed, I was counseled by a member of this public who said that perhaps my comments were misconstrued in terms of working for 3 council members. I want to be real clear with this council that the intent of my comment was that I need to have 3 members of this council, whichever 3 you'd like, but at least 3 members of this council provide some direction. I work for the body of the council, I don't work for individuals. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and I appreciate the advice of the community member who said that it was perhaps could have been misinterpreted, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Some quick things. It is the lateness of the hour. I know we'd like to get out of here by 11 o'clock. There are a couple of things that have to be decided upon tonight. Item number 4 and 5, I believe. And I think number 7 could go quite quickly. Is there any suggestion, perhaps delaying some discussion on 8 or 9, or any recommendations?
I wouldn't mind waiting on 8 or 9, but not long.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, I think 8 and 9.
I died too, so.
Yeah, I think if we're going to table, 8 and 9 is probably good candidates for that.
8 or 9. So we'll go back to.
Sorry, Mr. Hooker.
We'll go back to 4. Excuse me. We'll go back to 6, 7. We'll skip 8 and 9, and then that'll bring us to 4 and 5. Okay, so let us proceed with staff report number 6, discussion regarding concerns for Seymour pedestrian bridge and Seymour ditch erosion control. And for the members of the public who did submit cards for 8 and 9, we will hold them. We'll hold them in that order and have them for you if you wish to speak on our next meeting. So item number 6, Seymour pedestrian bridge.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Dante Hall, Community Development Director for this great city. This presentation is on the Seymour Trail Bridge. As most of you know, it was constructed in 1999, and it's a pedestrian bridge made from an improved railroad flat car. The bridge spans the Seymour drainage ditch on vacant county-owned land that connects the coastal trail from the north to the south. And the drainage ditch actually directs stormwater irrigation from the surrounding areas onto the beach. However, over the years, the stormwater has threatened the stability of the actual bridge. So we're bringing this to your attention tonight. So just to be clear, the city is still exploring a permanent solution to address erosion control issues at the Seymour with the Seymour Channel. And we've conducted an engineering study, and we've been in contact with the Coastal Commission staff to work through some of the issues for the long-term solutions or options that are available for erosion control. So the recommendations made tonight are not short-sighted. We intend to recommend the permanent fix, but in the meantime, we are recommending a course of action be taken to prevent any issues with health and safety of the public. So the recommendations list at least 3 options. These are not the only options. The council obviously has the opportunity to develop their own, but we see one of the options as constructing a new bridge crossing further inland. Number 2, temporarily close the bridge until the permanent solution is determined, developed, permitted. That would include potentially a footbridge further inland. Or option 3, close the bridge and just work on developing future footpaths without a bridge or footbridge that crosses the span. So tonight we have a very brief video presentation, and after that, Mo Sharma, who's our city engineer, will complete the presentation.
We are looking at Seymour Gully. The gully is approximately 150 feet wide, and it extends inland approximately 350 feet. The gully was created by erosion from a small drainage channel. The channel was only like 10 feet wide, 10 feet deep, extended all the way to the bluff face. There was a trail crossing at the west end of this channel, and there was a concrete pipe which provided the crossing. The pipe now sits on the ocean beach. Let's walk along the east end of the gully, and we will find our Seymour Trail Bridge at this location. It's very close to the gully head. Looking down into gully here, just last year, 3 trees fell into the gully because of erosion. And you would see also that the edges are undermined. So it's not safe for people to come too close to the gully face. Let's look at Seymour drainage channel east of the bridge. It's dry right now. About 8 months of the year it's dry. And the bridge itself is a used railroad flat car with wooden planks and with the wooden railings. It was put in place approximately 20 years ago, and the wooden planks and the wooden railings were installed by the city crew at that time. Coming close to the gully here, you could see that the gully is coming very close to the bridge. Just looking at the underside of the bridge here, you will notice that 20 years of salt air corrosion has created a need for bridge maintenance, and it needs major repair as well as painting. You could also see that there are erosion blankets under the bridge, which are still intact after 20 years. The bridge is supported by concrete piers. You are looking at green painted wood stakes. They are 3 feet apart. The farthest one to the west is approximately 15 feet away. In December, that's where the gully head was, 15 feet away from the bridge face. Today, it's only 9 feet away. And as you notice that in 50 years, the gully has extended 350 feet. So that means that the average movement is about 7 feet a year. So we got about 1 year before the gully reaches under the bridge. Here we are looking at unpaved trail along the north bank of Seymour drainage channel. This particular location is approximately 100 feet east of the bridge. People have used this place to cross the creek when there is no water flowing in it. This could be one potential location where a new bridge can be placed or the existing bridge can be relocated. The trail, the unpaved trail, keeps on going until about Railroad Avenue, and people use that trail frequently. You will see all the trails, all the trees, except for this natural gap in trees right here.
Well, I like the presentation with the video. I think that's great. That gives everyone a better idea what's going on.
Thank you. So our current year's capital budget includes $100,000 for the engineering studies for protection of the bridge or relocation of the bridge, and this is just for the design and studies. To date, we have had one geotech engineer look at the erosion gully, and if there was any reasonable solution to control erosion, and that cost was about $5,000. It's just a very preliminary study, and the consultant came up with some options, and those options are either the city could consider putting some kind of rock at the bottom of the gully so that water, when it falls down, it can dissipate its energy. The other options are to put some erosion mats on the gully as well as on the sides of the gully. It's not easy or it's not safe for workers to go in that gully there. So the recommendation was that we should just cut back the sides of the gully, so make it a little safer, and that just means massive grading. The other option was just divert most of the flow in a parallel pipe, and that flow will then just go directly to the ocean beach, and the gully will have then not less water, not much water, and because of that there won't be any more erosion there. Again, those are very preliminary recommendations. We did review those with the Coastal Commission staff, and the Coastal Commission staff feels that those are feasible options. We need to explore those more. But again, the issue at hand is what do we want to do with the bridge, because like the video states that in 50 years the gully has extended 350 feet. That's about 7 feet a year. It's not that it's a regular 7 feet every year, it just happens in chunks. So just like between December last year and February, we lost almost 5 feet just in that time period. And at that rate, it's possible that the gully head could come even closer to the bridge. Now, we don't want to see that bridge in the bottom of gully, because that will become even bigger problem for us to either remove it or just leave it there, just like the old concrete pipes are still left there on the ocean beach there. Now, there is a right time to remove the bridge. I mean, right now the bridge can stay there where it is, and most likely the next winter the gully head will come closer, but that's not the right time to remove the bridge, because that's very difficult for us to bring any heavy crane there to lift up the bridge. So that work has to be done between now and the start of the next winter rains. It also depends on what the weather forecast is. So all the staff is looking for is that having that authorization, that where we can remove the bridge before it falls into the gully there. Just to remove the bridge, the estimated cost is about $30,000. And if we were to remove the bridge and install a new bridge further inland, that will be approximately $250,000. We looked at relocating the same bridge, but as the video showed that we will have to do some prep work with the existing bridge. The way the bridge was installed, they just put the flat car across the trail and then added the extra weight of planks and the wooden rails. To remove that bridge, we will either need very heavy trains, those cranes, or else we will do the reverse work, where we will have to remove those planks as well as they are just bolted on, as well as the rails, move the bridge, or remove the bridge, repair it, put it back, and put the new those planks back there again. The cost of that is pretty much same as just getting a new bridge, similar to what we have on our trails at Kehoe ditch, as well as just recently installed. So there are two options. We also looked at the Foster City Bridge, and both the person who is trying to sell that bridge as well as our engineers just determined that bridge is not suitable for this location. First of all, it's too long. The second thing is the cost of buying it, moving it, over there, and installing it will be about the same as putting the new bridge in place there. So we already went over that cost for $250,000. We discussed that with this option with the Coastal Commission staff. They are very supportive of this option. They like to keep the city that trail connectivity across the Seymour drainage channel. Now, the video also mentioned that most of the time there is not much water in Seymour ditch, and what I understand is about 8 months of a year there is no water at all. So it's also possible that we could do without a bridge for some time, and people could just cross the way they are doing right now. Some people, they just walk through the channel, just go on the other side. Now, coming down to the last portion there, for the erosion control in the gully there, we don't have any estimate yet, because to do any work, we need to do some additional studies. We will have to do some permits, and the permitting agencies may require have some requirements. We may go with it may be possible to go with a parallel pipe route, or we may just have to place a whole bunch of riprap in that gully. So that cost, all we know is, will be significant cost. Could be like $400,000 or more. So we just don't have that number yet. So removing the bridge is only part of the long-term erosion control solution, because, and again, the urgency is that having the decision made that when the time comes, just remove it. Then we will also continue to work with the Coastal Commission staff as well as the Fish and Wildlife to determine what are our options. We will have to do some biological studies, as well as working with those permitting agencies to define their preferences, their requirements. If the council's direction is to relocate the bridge or put a new bridge at a inland location, we could request a budget request in our next year's capital improvement budget. And lastly, this is one drainage channel. We have some other drainage channels also in the city which have similar erosion issues, and one of the projects which we have proposed in the next CIP for your consideration is to look at prepare a master plan for all drainage issues in the city, so we could evaluate whether whatever resources city has, how to kind of prioritize those for different drainage issues. Coming back to where we started, that the staff recommendations are to authorize staff to remove the existing Seymour Trail Bridge when the time comes, and this is all out of concern for public safety. And along with that, there are three options: either to construct a new bridge, so we are seeking your direction. Number two is that we don't put the new bridge yet, and look at the overall project, that how we going to control erosion before we put the new bridge, because if we don't stop the erosion, pretty soon, in few years, we'll be looking at the same situation again. And the third one is perhaps we don't need any bridge, and like 20 years ago, people were crossing the the drainage channel just by walking through it. There can be other options, and those options could be where a bridge is not needed, and the trail could be extended around the channel where they can still continue further south on the coastal trail. And that, all right, great.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you for the information. I could even add a little historical perspective. Going back, I think that was done in 99 or 2000. David Iverson was mayor at the time I was on Park and Rec, and it was John Hernandez who had found and sought out the train bridge to do that. So that's only lasted 17 years. And I can tell you there was still a whole lot more room. That was still quite inland. And to go back even further, when I was like 12 or 13, we used to play down there all the time, when you could throw a board over the creek and carry your bike and go across there. And it was almost out to where the other ends of the bluff tops were. It was not the deep ravine. So, clearly this is just going to go on and on and on. I did have a conversation with Executive Director of Coastside Land Trust, Joe Chamberlain, and, just we'll have some council comment, and then we have 2 cards. Now that trail is really extending further south, maybe this is a time we go a little bit inland, pilot that for a while. But I think at some point we need to remove that bridge because it's a little more dangerous than the Pillar-Cetus Creek Bridge. I know some people sneak through it and go over. That bridge is much deeper ravine, and there could be some issues with that. So, Council, you want to discuss a little bit? We've just got 2 cards on this.
Speaking of history, I've got history. I have the original Coastal Conservancy staff report on the Seymour Bridge project. First of all, I'll disclose that I work for the Coastal Conservancy. So in 1999, the Coastal Conservancy kicked in $28,000 toward the project. The total project was $83,000 in 1999 because the city of Redwood City donated the bridge for $33,000. County of San Mateo donated in-kind of $15,000 for labor and materials. Callender and Associates donated preliminary design of $2,800, and the city of Half Moon Bay kicked in the permitting. So it was totally $83.5 total for that bridge in 1999. So just to give you an idea of how serious the erosion is, this report says that in 1999, the channel was 25 feet wide and 5 to 6 feet deep. So the width has increased 6 times since 1999, and the depth by, many feet. So serious erosion. But the point of the project was a coastal protection project. So it was done to eliminate informal access going back and forth across the channel, contributing to erosion, unsafe passage. People were using, many different ways to get over there. So by having a bridge and a trail, you could control the access and control the impacts on erosion and things. So that was one of the reasons for doing it. The other reason was to make it ADA compatible, to allow bikers, pedestrians, and even equestrians to use the bridge. It's a wide bridge. So there are ADA issues, there's controlled access issues, and the big one is that this grant was a 20-year agreement. So only 16 years have passed. So if the bridge is removed and not replaced, conceivably the state could go to the county and say, give us our $28,000 back. So I think it would be advisable for staff to talk to the Coastal Conservancy about this. Perhaps Dante could talk to Janet Deal, who's the project manager that he often works with. I know from talking to staff that moving the bridge further inland would be satisfactory, especially if the trail could be improved to connect with the new trail that Coastside Land Trust had built with Coastal Conservancy funds. And so that would satisfy the grant condition, but it would also satisfy the need for controlled access and making it usable by people in wheelchairs, for instance. So those are some issues that we have to keep in mind. So one thing we might consider is really seriously looking at reusing the bridge, at least temporarily, finding a location inland until we could come up with a permanent fix. I think everybody's going to want a replacement bridge of some sort to satisfy those issues. So I would advise talking to the Coastal Conservancy about that, because there are grant agreement conditions. Now, one of the conditions of approval at the time the bridge was done was that erosion control blankets be placed on each side, each bank, north and south, and native plantings. And as far as I remember, that was never done. So certainly, I think failure to do that years ago probably didn't help. I'm not sure it would help anymore, and I'm not even sure that we want to do erosion control there. That the new school of thinking is that you allow natural retreat of the bluff face where you can do it, and allow that sandy soil to replenish the beach, over time. So it's actually providing an ecosystem service, that erosion. So it's not necessarily a bad thing unless it's, impacting significant infrastructure. Now, maybe it's impacting the dump, I don't know, but certainly it is having impacts. So I don't necessarily think we want to jump to spending a whole lot of money on some, erosion control project until we actually talk to engineers or scientists in the Coastal Commission about, is it better really for the environment to, let it retreat? So those are some of the issues that I see it, and I think that just removing the bridge and not doing anything is probably not an option. And I think you probably received this too, but Jackie Spear's office sent around a notice of Tiger grants, Tiger transportation grants. And so the grant round, the current cycle is right now. The deadline for pre-applications is May 4th. The dates for grants to begin receiving applications is May 5th, and the final application is due on June 5th. So Tiger grants can pay for highway or bridge projects eligible under Title 23, including bicycle and pedestrian-related projects, public transportation projects, blah, blah. But, we might consider a Tiger grant to look at, all of our bridges on the coastal trail. Maybe it's the Sweetwater Bridge, or maybe help pay for the Pilarcitos, the John Hernandez Bridge. But I think it's worth looking at. And like I said, my initial reaction is, from a statewide policy perspective, it's probably not an option to just not do anything. And of course, people who in wheelchairs would like to be able to access that nice new trail, go from the parking lot down. So just a few things.
And if I can just ask a few clarifying things. So we actually have taken a look at what was done in the past, and there's a little bit of a dispute with relation to the Coastal Conservancy grant. The grant was granted to the county. The county had indicated a couple years ago that they turned over the maintenance of the bridge and everything to the city. I wasn't able to find verification of that. So there's still a little bit of a dispute in that regard that we'll take a deeper look into. The other issue is relocating the existing bridge, just like Mr. Sharma said, is going to be about $250,000. And I think if we relocated the bridge, we would have to repair the trail to ADA standards, which is probably additional. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood your comments, and if that's correct. The
Conservancy grant to the county would still stand even if they transferred operations and maintenance and everything to the city. So, the county may come to the city and say, give us the 28th. I doubt it, though. And, we would want to work with everybody on the issue, but I think the solution is not going to be no bridge or no trail connection because of our investment in the new Coastside Land Trust Trail and the bridge. So I think the solution might be a little more complicated than at first blush. And those are some of the things to work out. And the Coastal Commission would probably, want to not eliminate, at least permanently, access, the parallel access along the coast and the bridge. So just some thoughts.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I visited the site, and I'll be very quick because tomorrow morning I will be meeting at Oakland at 5 a.m., heading over there for stormwater issues and runoff. So I'm quite familiar with this. I think number one thing we have to do, and it could be done as soon as possible, and Tom Steenstra from the Chronicle outdoor editor wrote about it just recently, we do have to put some danger warning signs up on that bluff. That should be a high priority because people do, I was there, and people do mosey out over and look over, and that sandstone will go down quickly. And then in the long term, again, looking at some mitigation work and some funding on how do we calm that water down. And I know this is ahead of the game here, and I don't mean to get there right now, but we have to look a way to calm the water down there and maybe divert it onto North Wave Crest somewhere. And part of that, I don't know if we've had a development agreement with a Seymour developer. I believe it was Mr. DiBenedetti, who has passed on now. But I don't think we have a development agreement with that project there, and I'm not sure. But, maybe there's a way we could even divert some of that water. That's heavy ground out there. Possibly some wetland mitigation funding to help support how we're going to improve that trail in the future. And as I say, it is a very hazardous situation there. Relocating that structure, that railroad car, I mean, I think we're about sick of bridges in our life here this last few years, but we're still in them. There's a lot of rust on that, as Mo stated, but it's not through. Those old railroad cars will outlast all of us mostly. Hopefully not, but so I think the main thing is kind of a interim temporary safety fix, but then long-term solution. If we're going to spend that kind of money, we got to figure out a way to calm the water down. And as I said, look at our master plan for stormwater, because there's a lot of empty ground on the south side of that ditch out there. And that's just my thought, but take a recommendation here. I don't know which way I want to go, but I'd be willing to hear the rest of the council.
Councilmember Golczyk.
So if we need to close this for safety, we need to close it for safety. I hope we would come up with a temporary crossing before we have to close it. I'm not comfortable with the ad hoc crossings being the only approach to cross the bridge, across the area there. It gets a little remote. It gets a little. I would have safety concerns if we just let people sort of meander, although they do. There's cypress trees. There's even gang tags on some of the cypress trees, of all things. Yeah. So I think I would like to. I would support closing the bridge, but I would want it to be in parallel with a temporary crossing further east, even if it's a modest crossing, much further east, just so that it is a crossing and doesn't have to necessarily be over the crevasse, but is a way for the ADA compliant way to get over the rumbly area. That's a technical term for rumbly area. But I'd want both those things. I think we need to gauge the timing. If it's imminent, we obviously safety first, right? But if we can have a temporary solution before closing it, that would be my preferred path. We have enough one closed bridge was very painful for the coastside. This is less. This area is less used by, kids don't use it to get to school, but it's still heavily used, and I think we need to provide that egress. So I think that's none of these three options. I think it's close the bridge in parallel with providing a temporary crossing further east is my recommendation.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yeah, I would agree with Councilman Kowalczyk on both of those points. Safety first, close the bridge as soon as possible, put the signs up about the dangers at the bluff. I'm not sure when you talk about a temporary fix, a temporary bridge, what that would entail, what the cost of that would be. If we're talking about something that's ADA compliant, do we have to do the trails? Do they have to be made ADA compliant at the same time as you were talking about, Councilman Ruddock? I'm not sure how that would work. But, yeah.
Well, I think it would be good if we could find a solution that was wide enough to accommodate a wheelchair, flat enough and wide enough to accommodate, a electric buggy of some kind. Yeah. I mean, ideally, if we can't do it, we can't do it right away, but I think you want to maintain access for the user population.
And can we do that for less than $250,000? So,
well, I think there are probably folks who, with carpentry skills, who could, do something in an interim basis. If we're moving it far enough back to where, where you come off of the end of Magnolia Street there, and you cut over by the eucalyptus trees. We call them the butterfly trees because there's a lot of monarchs there in the winter. That's kind of a relatively narrow area. I think some citizens would probably be willing to get together and build something that was usable and safe, if the city is willing to.
But remember, if we let someone build something, they have to have the liability to withstand the whole public and stuff. So unfortunately, that could be difficult. Let me take a stab at some things here. So I think everyone agrees, safety first. So definitely signs along those bluff tops. They are fragile. And this may be more complex too, because if I recall where that dump ends, we might have to do something to, I know there's the stance to let things go and erode naturally, but we may end up with some environmental issues with that's broken so far away that it's getting closer to the dump, so we might have to do something to hold back some of that. I don't know. I think at the very least, while we try to figure out the bridge and how far inland, because you want crossing, if we can ensure at least a trail around all of that while this is going on, so people can access the other side and pick up the other trail, would be key, and especially for all people to access for now. So staff, what are you hearing? Well, we've got some cards too. Here. We want signs.
I just thought that I will try to give you a little more information about the new bridge crossing. So first of all, like we mentioned in the video, about 100 feet east of the existing bridge, there is a gap in trees. So that means that we will not need any permit to cut any tree. Most probably that will be one potential location where a bridge, temporary bridge could go. And 100 feet could give us more than 10 years time to figure out something about erosion. Now, the typical requirement from Fish and Wildlife is that the bridge shall clear span the channel, means that so the existing bridge also has its concrete piers about 5 feet outside of the top of bank. So that at that location where there is a gap in trees, The channel is more than 50 feet wide. That's the top of bank to top of bank with piers also. So the existing bridge may or may not fit there. The existing bridge is about 50 feet or 48 feet long. So that needs to be studied. The engineer has to kind of look into that part. The other part is that the $250,000 estimate did include extension of trails on both sides, and those trails would be ADA accessible. They may or may not be paved, just like the Coastside Lands Trust Trail is not asphalt paved, but it does have rock base, and that's compacted. So that could be one of those trails, and there are, again, on both north and south sides of the channel, there are enough gaps in trees so that the trail could be extended east on both sides. So $250,000 includes the cost for that as well as for permitting. If we go further east, yes, that we could go further east and maybe find another location, but I guess then comes the question, that is the coast side trail becoming too far away from the coastal area? It's something which cannot be done in the next few months because we will have to have discussions with the Coastal Commission staff as well as the other permitting agencies. We need to have biological studies, engineering studies, and design done. So what I could see is that the earliest would be it would be in the next fiscal year, but most probably in the next spring. That will be the earliest we could kind of place a bridge.
But the reason why we're bringing this to you tonight is we need to plan for that,
right,
and have a direction. The other thing related to the other side of the trail, we did sit down with a Coastside Land Trust to talk about the issue. One of the conditions that was included when they did their new trail extension was, at some point, we know we're going to have to do something with Seymour Bridge. So you have to agree to match it. If we have to relocate it, you will connect the trail on the south side. And so they're in agreement of that. I think they submitted actually a letter saying that, they would be okay with whatever decision the council made tonight, but they wanted signage. They thought signage was important. So I just wanted to give you that bit of information.
So if I may, what I'm hearing is, if I can try to get us to closure on this item, I'm hearing, well, I'm going to suggest, maybe more than I'm hearing, and that we direct staff to develop a plan to phase the removal of the existing bridge with the installation of either a new bridge or a temporary bridge further east, plus signage. That's what I'm hearing.
Thank you for that, and I'm remiss here, we have two cards. Mr. Olive, and followed by Walter.
You need to look at some historical photographs of the bluff there. Well, Mr. Sharma's correct. That's been there for 50 years. If you look at like in the 1990s, there really wasn't that much erosion there. It's when the pipes busted. Now, if you look at, I sent you all some animated GIFs today. Don't know if they worked, but if you look through those GIFs, you'll see from 2005 to 2014, the size of that gorge has doubled. And those are 4 years with drought. So in 5 years, that gorge doubled of regular rain. And you got two problems with your erosion out there. One is it's, as it comes down, it keeps pushing the gulch further back or further east. And the other is it's because it's now a V shape. Water comes down on top of that V in the rain and keeps washing it down. So it will continue to expand wide and it will continue to go back. And it's going back a hell of a lot faster than 7 feet a year. A hell of a lot faster. You need to look at the GIF I sent you, the animated GIF, and it'll show you just how fast it has gone. You are talking in 50 years, maybe, that should be putting a bridge across Highway 1 to deal with it. It will keep going back. It will keep widening. So, and I know that there's a problem with money. I mean, it's going to be expensive as hell to deal with this. But we do have an obligation to preserve those bluffs. They're very much of an asset to this community. And I guess there's other problems with other trails or other ditches. So we need to get on top of this. We need to come up with a plan, fix it, because it's a lot worse than 7 feet per year. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter, followed by Donald Sheridan.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick as well. I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Bridges here to say that this crossing and the investment that's been made in the coastal trail and the extension of the coastal trail is basically would be thrown away to have a little segment of it sitting down there without any real connection to it. I think we do need to have some way of easily crossing it by bike, wheelchair, and pedestrian, and going back into the old-fashioned way of trying to find a way and get across it. We're not 15 years old anymore, and there's a lot of people that aren't, and that are interested in riding the bikes and checking out the trail. So we really want to see an easy passage there. It occurred to me too, in listening to the discussion, that maybe there's some opportunity to try to connect the efforts to deal with the drainage and to deal with the bridge together, in a sense that maybe, and I'm no engineer, but maybe with some way of piping it, as you were discussing, once that's done, maybe it could be buried and you wouldn't need a bridge. We need to somehow stop that further V-shaped activity from eroding the bluffs any further, just for the reason of the dump and trying to and having that exposed any further. But maybe there are some alternatives that would avoid a bridge altogether, make it easy to cross. I don't know, but I would like to see us try to hold off on taking that bridge out until the last possible time, because to do so any earlier than we have to would deprive people from having access to it. I see a lot of people using it, and it's a beautiful segment of the trail, and there are plans to go even further with this. So we can't stop and just let this drop, and it doesn't sound like we are, but it is very important. I'd like to see us deal with this as soon as possible, and appreciate the effort on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments of the previous speaker there. I'd like to add that in 1993, I came before this council when you were proposing putting the steel bridge in, and I informed you as an engineer that the bridge that was put in 1990 over Sweetwood Park was failing at that point with a 1-inch angle iron. And that steel that was used would not last. And it lasted 20 years. And I'm telling you right now, we live in Silicon Valley. We live on the bleeding edge of technology. Things are invented, medical, all sorts of things. And we're talking about damn bridges. Simple steel girders. It's just unbelievable to me how the engineering representation we have in this city, this proposal we've seen tonight, is ridiculous. All this going round and round with this bridge stuff, whether it's the Main Street Bridge or Sweetwood Bridge or this bridge now, is ridiculous. I mean, we're given these proposals, these three options, and then suddenly Mrs. Ruddock, she starts talking about this Jackie Spears Tiger grant that might be there, and other issues come up like this. I mean, this is easy stuff. This is such Easy stuff. I mean, all this bridge needs to be done is lifted up with a crane and 2 RSGs, steel reinforced girders, slid underneath and have it drop right down, and all the strength's taken care of. It's easy as can be. I am shocked. I am disgusted. This is the most pathetic engineering that's gone on these last few months that I've ever heard in my life. And I tell you, when we work through these bridge things, everyone will see how ridiculous and how much money was spent over silly stuff my 10-year-old could come up with. I am absolutely disgusted. This proposal tonight is everything is just pathetic.
Thank you. Well, back to council. We've got a couple of suggestions. Can I get a motion? You want to take a stab?
I'll take a stab. Do we need a motion or do we need direction to staff? Direction, not a motion. Okay. So my direction stands, as previously stated, to ask staff to develop a one signage all over the place. What was it? To develop a plan to phase the removal of the bridge with the placement of a temporary crossing further east, unless safety dictates we remove the existing bridge, close the existing bridge sooner. Is that the consensus? Did I capture everybody's perspective?
So if I can just clarify, the issue, we will have a timing issue. The resolving the erosion issues and getting it permitted, it's going to be an effort to do that. We will probably need to do something with the bridge within the next year. And if you cross out the times that, we have rainy weather, then that narrows the window significantly. So there will be a time, or what we're recommending is there'll be a time where we close the bridge with signage. The question, I guess, or issue for council to consider is that a temporary closure until we come up with a full solution for the erosion and bridge together, or is it a temporary closure until we come up with a crossing further inland or another place while we're working on the erosion issues?
It's neither.
Okay.
I was going to say different.
Let me try and capture it, and then this may not be feasible, but erosion control is a longer-term matter I think we need to address for sure. I think I separate that from this issue. If there can be, I'm suggesting that there be a path and either a temporary or permanent, I'm assuming it will be a temporary crossing, a pathway through the little gully in the trees further east. I don't care if it's 100 feet or 300 feet. It's a designated clear pathway. I would feel uncomfortable if my children were to go through those woods alone without it being a nice, wide, bright, open area, and appropriate for crossing. So a temporary crossing or a permanent crossing that would go up, timed along with the closing of, I don't want to close the bridge. I don't want to close the trail. I think that's what I'm trying to avoid. So we can close it, and if we can quickly put something in this time frame that might last us 1 season, 2 seasons, while we deal with this issue, then I would want to do that, and that's what I'm going to suggest. And is that feasible?
Before the bridge is closed, we at least have a temporary crossing to go through there. I think we all want to be able to access that and then deal with the other things. And it's 11 o'clock. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting for the next half an hour?
No. 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
15 minutes?
No, I want this issue, I gotta go.
I'd like to move that we extend the meeting for anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how long it takes us to finish this.
I agree. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reddick.
I think you made a lot of good points. I do think we need to give staff the latitude that if they believe the bridge is unsafe, it needs to be closed. I mean, certainly we want to move expeditiously to have a temporary crossing that we can use, but I think we need to, trust staff to make the call on safety. You were going to say something?
I did want to chime in before this issue got kind of swept by. When we're talking about a temporary crossing, it's important to remember that the regulatory process is going to be very similar and probably equally as costly for a temporary as for a permanent solution, just to let you know that. So, I think my understanding is that it's not an imminent failure right now. It's not an imminent danger. So that does give some lead time, but that decision may come back to you that what may be a short-term Band-Aid fit might be just as costly as waiting out the process for an appropriate amount of time to have a permanent solution. And that's just a consideration that you need to keep in mind as we go forward, because I don't think it's going to be quite as easy as just simply saying there's a pre-existing gap, people can go through it, we don't have any obligation to obtain a permit or approval to allow people to cross in an area that they're not supposed to technically be crossing.
Well, it makes sense to me to apply for the Tiger Grant. Even if we just throw something together, have the county write a support letter, have Coastside Land Trust and Coastal Conservancy write support letters, and get something going. Conceivably, you could get some money by the end of the year for that. And I would consult with the regulatory agencies on a temporary fix to see what they might accept. It might have to be all the way to the end, like I said, where you access off of Magnolia, where there's not much there. I don't think there'd be many regulatory issues. The problem that far away is then connecting to the coastal trail. But I would like to say, I don't like the idea of, waiting on the bridge while we do erosion control studies, because frankly, half of that channel is the counties, and there are, potentially pollution issues, dump issues. They have to be a partner in any erosion control situation there. I don't see that being a speedy process. So I wouldn't like tying the bridge issue to the erosion fix.
I agree. I think that is going to be a much longer discussion. So ultimately, we want to be able to cross that gap. And if we can keep this as open as long as possible, and then since the temporary is going to be the same amount of time as a regular one with all the agencies. But ultimately, we want to keep a crossing going. I think that's the number one thing.
And I think for sure on number one there, after below recommendations paragraph, it's not a Pillars Cities Creek.
Right.
It was just a typo there.
It's okay in that.
Sorry.
So are we good?
Some playback a summary of that.
That's what I'm asking.
So what I
Go ahead.
What I understand is erosion control is on a parallel track with replacement or removal and replacement of the bridge. Council would like to keep the Seymour bridge crossing open as long as is safe, and in the meantime, continue to work on a crossing further inland that is compliant.
Yeah, I'd just like to...
And also funding, look at funding to pay for that. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that, I see, the original erosion issue was caused by the drainage from the dump. So I don't want the city, we don't want to spend our money alone to address this problem. It's got to be a partnership, it's got to involve county resources. I just want to make sure we're not fixing their problem with our resources.
All right, we're clear. All right. Let's move on to 5. Let's look at 5. We've absolutely got to do this tonight. And this is the agreement with the County of San Mateo and the cities with San Mateo County for facilitation and coordination of animal control services. This was a long project that we worked with all of our city councils to reduce the cost for us. And Alex, do you want to give us the Reader's Digest version of this? Because we have no cards on this one.
I'll give you the Cliff Notes version real quick. Since my arrival here in the city back in 2012, this has been a big issue for this city. In 2012-2013 fiscal year, the city was paying approximately $183,000 for animal control services at the time. The council gave direction to try to work something out. We're kind of stuck with the whole regional contract, so there's 20 cities in the county involved in this, so it's regional. And so the council, Half Moon Bay, kind of became the trendsetter, or trying to lead the charge and trying to change the upcoming contract that is before you this evening. Back in 2013, the council agendized an item at the Council of Cities to bring to the attention to all the city council members of the contract, and just talking about adding performance measures, adding some representation with PHS, the Peninsula Humane Society, going on with having, having buckets of collection, so for licensing so every city pays their own licensing. Dog licensings are all collected, but what was happening at the time was spreaded countywide. So even though the city might be paying $27,000 for licensing, you guys would only recruit, the city would only recruit $10,000 of that. So now for each agency, your own licensing that's collected. So we licensed 1,004 dogs last year, and that totaled about $27,000. So what that'll do is offset our bottom line as well. There's formulas to this contract as well that was 73% for shelter services, 27% for in-field services. That has now changed, that formula as well. So now it's 41% field services and then 59% shelter services. More of the cost on shelter services. So if you have a dog that sits at PHS over there for months, the city could get, just keeps accruing that cost as well. So what we've done is there's been a lot of changes with the contract. And so the council went ahead and approved the letter to be sent to every single mayor in the county and every single supervisor with 8 conditions. Out of those 8 conditions, I was part of the negotiation team. We were able to get 6 of the conditions out there to get to the negotiation with PHS, so from the county to PHS, and 6 of those conditions were met. So just congratulations to the council as well, and we're making progress. So we were paying $182,000. We're on track. It's estimated that we're going to pay $131,000 next year. So it's a reduction of $50,000 annually. Year over year, just from last year, this current year, we're looking at spending $158,000. We'll be going down to $131,000. So that's a 20% savings. So that concludes my presentation.
Big dog bone to you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You worked hard for that, and this was huge for all the cities to make big savings on this, but have a voice in this that we did not. So this was generated through the city councils.
Yeah, I pulled this item just to highlight that. And Alex, thank you for your efforts in the negotiation process, and kudos to the council. It was pretty atypical to send a letter to all the other mayors and influence the negotiation process and end up in a better place in this contract. It was a bad deal before, and now I think it's appropriate for our city. So thank you, Alex, and thank you, council.
Well, I just want to say I'm really happy to see that we're getting to some metrics. I mean, I think money to the Humane Society, great, no problem with that. But it is a lot of money, and at least from here on out, there will be some reporting, and so that's good.
With that, I move to approve consent item number 5.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's 5 ayes on that. Quick number 7. Can we do that? Appointments of Measure J Citizens Oversight Committee. We have 2 people. City Clerk, can you tell us their names? And
Okay, real quick, before you tonight are recommendations from council members Penrose and Ruddock to serve on the city's Measure J Oversight Committee. This is the committee that was formed as a result of the passage of Measure J. Part of the ballot language required a oversight committee to be created, and due to the election in November of council members Penrose and Ruddock, they now have the opportunity to recommend to the council someone to serve as their appointee. So similar to the process that we use for appointments to Parks and Recreation Commission and the Planning Commission, each of the council members can nominate someone, and then their nomination is voted on by the council. This committee meets once or twice a year. It's not a huge time commitment. We have received willing to serve forms from 2 individuals, and I did provide to council those willing to serve forms. So staff recommendations, each of council members Penrose and Ruddock put forth names, and they be voted on by the council. Thank you.
Can that be in one motion with the 2 names?
Or do they have to be appointed specifically?
Or just, okay, someone want to make a motion for those 2 names?
Yeah, I'd like to move that Ruby Singh and Frida Jeffs be appointed to the Measure J Oversight Committee.
Actually, I'm sorry, but actually, since each term runs concurrent with a council member, I take that back, and we do probably at least need to say who's appointing whom.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Frida Jeffs and as my nominee for the Measure J Oversight Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There's 5 ayes. And next,
I'd like to move that we appoint Rupi Singh to the Measure J Oversight Committee as my appointment.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 We've all concluded. Thank you. And we will have items number 4, 8, and 9 come back to us at our next council meeting. Correct? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is now 11:13.
I think I won
Oh my gosh, what is it?
11:13. I think I put down 11:15.
Are you now the replacement for Tony?
Oh, not a replacement. No, I'm one of his associates. I haven't met you before.
Start stacking chairs.
Start stacking chairs. You got it. Well, he is. He's got that position coming.
Well, yeah. I'm in Oakland tomorrow morning, so we'll see him.